So you wanna go to war with me? You're talking like you think you're royalty. You think that I'm afraid, but I don't break. I heard you question my stability. You think I'll fall just like a guillotine, but I am here to stay. Won't look away. The storm is coming, so you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. For the throne. So you wanna be my enemy? You should've known I'd never kiss the rain. Ice runs in my veins, won't play it safe. I don't belong with your nobility. Who died and made you king of anything? You think that I'm insane? It's your mistake. Kingdoms rise and fall. I've come to take it all. I'll take it. I've come to take it. Kingdoms rise and fall. I've come to take it all. So you better start running. No, you can't control, feel it in my bones. I'm coming for the, coming for the. I'm coming for the throne. For the throne.
Let's go. Yo, I'm like an addict, do I gotta have it. I ain't even playing, got a really bad habit. If it moves, gotta grab it, fuse like a magnet. Lose, won't have it till I'm doomed in a casket. I ain't playing, got a weird mind. If you work 8 hours, I'ma work 9. If the shit tastes sour, you should taste mine. I'ma stay in power for a long time. Get up, nah, I ain't a quitter. Toss me the ball, I'm a really big hitter. Big picture, I'm a straight killer. Rising the song to the highest bidder. Got juice, got gas, I'ma move fast. New shoes, new tracks, like who's that? I'm new, come back, better than last. Yeah, it's a new me, never gonna look back. Never gonna look back. Cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change. Slowly take a step today. I will never be the same. Cause that's what it takes. look back, cause damn, I was built to last. You move slow and I move fast, and that's facts. Only I can make a change, slowly take a step today. I will never be the same, cause that's what it takes.
All right, guys, good morning. It is 9:30 my time, 10:30 Eastern. We got AMC pushing up 6% today, 264. I told you if it went over 250, we were going to do some daytime live streams. A little bit different now than back in the day, back in 2021, doing these live streams because we have an extra passenger on the live stream, and I do have some extra duties. This little guy right here. And Mama is sleeping after taking care of him. Well, she was working last night, but hopefully he won't interrupt us too much. He's got a good feeding to get through here right now. Anyways, up 160% or more since the March low. That is the chart on the right-hand side of your screen. As you guys know, or maybe you don't know, maybe it's your first time here, I've been out of the trade for 17 months, telling you guys what I was waiting for. And what I was waiting for, watching the financials, the filings, the box office, the convertible notes, yada, 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 cash flow, all came to a point we had been anticipating, watching, and waiting for, came to that point at the end of March 2026, and I re-entered the trade. I am swing trading this stock still. We already completed one swing. I re-entered the trade. That was that first push up on the bottom right. Then it came down. We re-entered the trade. So my new cost basis on my shares was $1 now, or 97 cents. Now it's $1.29. I took 100% profit on the first swing. We're up a considerable amount. When I put the baby down, I'll check how much I'm up. And I mostly went into call options in the middle of May. I bought June, July, and recently, back at the beginning of this month, I bought August at the money. Why at the money? I'm not trying to gamble on far out of the money options. I mean, that's a choice you could make. It's cost less. But I just look, if I got limited capital that I'm willing to deploy in the stock, I could either buy the stock and have no risk, or if I believe in the box office and that the worst was behind us, I could take the same position at the money with a call option and have more leverage, more exposure to upside. And so that is mostly what I did for the swing number 2. I've already closed out my June calls and my July calls. I have August $1.50s still running. We made 700% on the June calls and 400% on the July calls. And yesterday I was up 100% on the August calls. So I haven't checked yet this morning. So that is me caught up. We're just going to hang out and have a place to chat, watch, Q&A if you want. I can't type right now while I'm holding the baby, but we'll put him down in a few minutes when he's done eating. Let's see what we got on the comments here. Not Stonk and Stonk says, I don't have a life. always at work, everything you stream. What's up, buddy? I appreciate you being here and listening in. MC says, Tony, where is the buy? But don't forget to put the NFA at the end. MC and I were laughing at some other YouTubers on a different ticker. They say they're not pumpers, but every title says, buy, this ticker. Buy. Not financial advice. May never see this price again. And all it's done is gone down for the last year. It is kind of humorous. If you're putting buy in every title, you're promoting the stock. You can say you're not, but you are. I said, quiet in here. What's up? Good morning. I got my coffee here too. Just getting started on it. Hopefully it doesn't get cold. I might need to zap it. Control says, are we going to have $3 by the end of the day? The big thing that we've been watching in the Discord and me myself is this push through of this resistance at $2.50. We already broke through the first supply zone, so I deleted it this morning off the channel, off the chart. The one that we've been watching for is the $2.50, that big red bar. And if we push through a supply zone, then often there is bullish momentum up to the next one. And the next one is around $3. So there'll be a point of resistance around $3, I would expect. And we'll see what happens. Remember, today's Thursday, right? No, today's Wednesday. We got tomorrow, and then the markets are closed on Friday for Juneteenth. So hopefully you got all your Juneteenth plans laid out. But options expire tomorrow. That will add a little bit of interesting dynamic into whatever happens today and tomorrow. And let's just see what happens. As my good friend Ryan Cohen says, we'll see what happens. Yashua says, Tony is one of the few YouTubers I trust. I appreciate that. We don't always get everything right, but I do my best. And if we get something wrong, I try and learn from it and use those learnings going forward. It doesn't do any of us any favors to have a losing analysis, a losing way of looking at things, and not be willing to adjust and learn. So when I see that I've got something wrong, what do we do wrong here? How can we do better? And that's one of the reasons I was not in this trade for 17 months, because I adjusted, I learned what to pay attention to, and I told you guys every step along the way when the moment was going to come, and when that moment came, that I would go long, and here we are, and it's going beautifully. King, what's up? I'm doing swell. Middle Tennessee, good morning. Good morning, Anya. Greetings from Germany. Greetings to you as well. Yeah, man, I'd love to see $3. I mean, that's a big jump from 250 to 350. Could it happen today or tomorrow? It could. Someone asked me on X last night, what's your timeline for when we hit $3? I honestly don't have one. Pretty sure everybody in the Discord can tell you we're not sitting out here talking about price targets or dates. We're looking at the chart. We're looking at the moving averages, the 50 and the 200. We're looking at RSI, and we're looking at volume. And we're just letting the chart tell the story. What's the point of making predictions when we're in this kind of speculative FOMO, if you will? It's not even FOMO. The box office is doing gangbusters. We're in this bubble where everybody is very, very bullish. I don't have a timeline. Maybe it'll be this week. Maybe it'll be in a month. Maybe it rejects at $3 and doesn't go through. I don't know. We're playing it by ear. What I am doing is trying to make sure I'm making sensible decisions and peeling some profits off along the way. I am not this time around trying to become a millionaire off of a meme stock. But if it runs up, if it has a little squeezy, that's cool too. but you're not going to hear us talking about that. We're not going to be talking about naked shorts or any of that stuff. We're just going to enjoy the ride. Almost everybody in my Discord has an entry well below the current price or loaded up at the end of March. And many people are looking for additional moments to add in. If you look at that chart on the right, see that big dip that came down in the middle of May. Why did I add there? Because at that point, at that lowest point in May, I have the moving average turned off. Let me turn it back on. At this lowest point, it dipped below. Shoot, I don't have it set up on this chart. Anyways, the 50 was right about here, and it dipped below the moving average, and so I did add right back then. I was like, if it's going to rally, this is the point where it's going to rally. I bought, I sold, I rebought right about there. Not because I have any magic powers, not because I know everything. I'm just looking at some basic technical stuff. And you got to believe in the box office. You got to think that it's improving if you're investing in this sector. And, anybody who's paying attention clearly can see that it's improving. I see a lot of negative Nellies out there still. Movie theaters are dead. Come on, man. We have a chance of doing $3 billion this quarter. This quarter, $3 billion. There's a chance. Toy Story 5 coming out this weekend. We're going to try and go see that. We got 2 weekends left in this month. Enos says, fundamentals always matter. They definitely do. Definitely do. And my other favorite phrase, the price is always telling you something. I got to laugh. I'm adding that to my slogans now because I get tired of other channels saying the price is not telling you anything. Just ignore that red for the last 6 months. It's not telling you anything. The heaviness is just pushing the price down. Bro, what the fuck are you talking about? The price is telling you something. You just haven't figured it out. You better get to work. Go sharpen your pencil and figure out what is it telling you. What did you miss? These are the learning moments when you have an idea and the market smacks you in the face and said, that's your key moment to figure out what am I looking at incorrectly here. And then you learn and you pivot. It doesn't mean you have to not like a stock. It just means you need to be better at your analysis and get, maybe wait for a better entry. Wait till the market sees what you see. The price may come down a little bit. Win 566, Joshua says, there are still some convertible notes at 566. Most of y'all know, if you tune into my channel, that the vast majority of the convertible notes were swapped out by AMC and the lenders in July of last year for a much lower strike price, much lower conversion price. Ended up being around $1.09. I don't know why all the convertible lenders didn't take that deal. I mean, there were $100 million worth that didn't take a lower convert price. They said, no, we're sticking with 566. God bless them. But most of the convertible notes are gone now. Discovery and Pentwater own the bulk of their shares, having converted a month or so ago at $1.09. That's what I call supply overhang. I'd like them to get out of the play. We talked about last night what they might be doing. My belief is they're in at $1.09. They probably are, this was well timed for them to enjoy this push up with a good box office in Q2 and the rest of the year. And they don't want to crush the price. They own over 150 million shares collectively, but I do think they want to take profits. They're not moon boys, Pentwater and Discovery. They're capitalist profit takers. And we were talking about last night, what is the easiest way for them to get out of their position without cratering the price? Because you can't just sell 150 million shares. That would crush the upward momentum. And kind of what we're thinking is the easiest way for them to get out would be sell covered calls. $2 strike, $2.50, $3, whatever they pick. Because they can hang on to their shares, ride the wave, generate premium income from selling the covered calls. And then if the price keeps moving up, by selling the calls, they're not applying any downward pressure. But if the price keeps moving up, they just let their options get exercised and their shares get taken away. And they're making 100, 200+% gain on the shares because they got them at $1.09. So that's a sweet trade for them. I don't know why it took me so long for this to sink in. We have people in the Discord that have been saying the same thing. Covered call sellers. I'm not selling any covered calls right now. I'm only buying calls because we only have monthly options. If I'm selling calls, I like to have them as weeklies, but it is what it is. We have people in the Discord that were saying, hey, I'm selling $3 calls and let it go to $3. I'll let them take my shares. I'm in at $1. And if we're thinking that, we're just dumb little retail. The big boys are thinking the same way. It's something I'm thinking about. Pentwater and Discovery, convertible notes, 566, all kind of plays in together. But I kind of see that as some supply overhang I'd like to have not hanging over our heads. And if they can take a responsible way to get out of the trade, selling covered calls and letting them get exercised, that doesn't negatively impact the price, then more power to them. They put their money on the line. They risked being a lender. They got a sweet deal, and they'll reap some profits. Just don't tank our price, gentlemen. Don't tank our price. Big Ads, what's up, buddy? Anya said, I just saw a headline, did the lockup on SpaceX end? I don't know. Let me check SpaceX up here on the top monitor. 193. It's down 4% today. Kevin says, Tony, what price do you think AMC will sell additional shares in the open market? That is a good question. They finished the 150 million ATM. They made it through Q1 with enough liquidity to not have to sell all of it. They did sell the rest of their Hycroft position, which helped. And we had kind of forecast that could happen. Buddy boy fell asleep here. I wonder if he'll let me put him down. I'll probably just hold him for a little while. He's got like half an ounce left of this bottle. You want to finish? What price will they sell additional shares? So getting back to liquidity, they had enough to get through Q1. If Q2, Q3, Q4 are all profitable quarters, then they're just stacking extra liquidity from any profits that are made. And I am forecasting right now that all 3 remaining quarters will be break even or profitable. So we're not worried about cash burn the remaining 3 quarters of this year. And then we got to worry about Q1. It's kind of light right now, Q1 2027. Hopefully we get some more movies in there. If I was the CFO, If I was the CFO, I'd be wanting to make sure I have enough cash to get through Q1 if it's going to be a cash burn quarter. Same thing that always happens, Q1. And we know they have about $100 million in bonds coming due, I think middle of 2027. So that's going to be the potential cash needs to answer your question, Kevin. Cash needs drive selling additional shares. There shouldn't be any cash need until next year. So in my mind, and I could be wrong, in my mind, I'm not super worried about the company selling more shares in the short term. And I really want to get a good handle on Q1, but it's just too early. There's not enough movies lined up for Q1 for me to have any sort of prediction of it. It looks kind of shabby right now. Stevie says, not sure if you discussed this already. What is the reason for the price rise? The ATM is done. The convertible debt's converted. The box office is going gangbusters. All of us keep on having to raise our expectations for Q2 box office. AMC has operating leverage, meaning the bigger the box office, the more profits they will bring in. It's a company that's designed for a big box office. It doesn't do well on the financials when the box office is below 2.6, but once you go over that, that operating leverage amplifies the profits the higher it goes. So I think you're seeing, people reacting to the box office and some other things. There's no more cash burn anticipated for the remainder of this year. That could change if, something happens, but I'm just looking at Q2 and Q3 and Q4, the movie slate, and they're going to be really, really good quarters. I don't have any reason. I think you'd be foolish to be bearish on this industry for the remainder of this year. But there are still people that do it. I see them out there. Like, what do you guys think of me? Stevie says, is it just time? Some shorts covering hedging combination. I haven't looked at the short interest. Times have changed, right? I haven't looked at the short interest on AMC in ages. Let me pull it up. AMC. The short interest was pretty high for a while, but if you've been following my channel, you know that we believed that was mostly due to hedging the convertible bonds, and that when those bonds were redeemed, the short interest would drop by about half. And that is mostly what happened. The short interest fell from 25% now to down to about 10%. And we told you here that this was going to happen. AMC short interest. Here we go. And it did happen. And so the short interest is kind of low right now, 10%. AMC honestly is kind of a dumb short right now. So there are some shorts, we see a John Himpton. He was badgering the apes on social media. But that narrative has fallen apart from these ding-dongs, the shorts. There's no reason to short this company until, at some point they'll say that is high enough. But what is that point? I don't know. They're trying to figure it out. The bulls still own the day right now. Let her run, as far as I'm concerned. Ray says, hedging started today for a massive 250 block going in the money. Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at options, the closer it gets to the strike price, the more they hedge. They should be fully hedged by the time it hits the strike price. Ray says the apes have won. Well, we definitely are winning since March, Ray. Right? I know there's probably some people watching that are saying, you're down 99%. Look at the chart, zoom out. We haven't been in this trade until March 27th, 2026. We're doing just fine. That I don't attribute that to any more than letting everything go other than analyzing the filings and the financials to improve our timing. And I've taken all of those learnings, all of, every ticker we've looked at in the last 5 years, and tried to apply that same logic and no emotion, no social media narrative to every stock we trade. And it really has improved the trading results on these very sketchy financials companies. Is AMC sketchy financially? I think you're going to see that in terms of net income and cash flows, the rest of this year is not going to look sketchy at all. The balance sheet still has some work, no doubt. But all of the debt maturities have been really pushed out. There's just a small amount due in 2027. So the balance sheet is not something we need to super worry about if you're Sean Goodman, Adam Aaron. Most of the work has been done. It's behind us now. And we got a few years of breathing room. Let's see where the box office takes us. There will need to be debt addressed down the road in a few years. maybe when interest rates come down, maybe when cash flow is better, maybe when net income is better, maybe when the outlook on the box office in general and the industry is better. And then maybe AMC can get some more generous terms on rates and refinance everything and push it out again. The number sitting out there on the balance sheet is not the big problem. It's a big number. I get it. The problem is you got to have enough cash on an annual basis to service the debt. And so that's been the struggle. Let's hope that maybe we as an industry turned the corner. We'll see. That dude, what's up? He says, my average is 109. I might have to sell 1,000 shares and lock in my profit. I ain't riding it back down. Yeah, I mean, one thing to think about, I guess, and we chat about this every now and then, is what would make it go back down? And the only answer I have right now really would be on a technical basis. At some point, the chart is going to hit a point where there's just no more. We run out of bulls temporarily. And then you'll have a retracement. You always do. And if you're trying to perfectly time that in the short term, then that'll be the moment you're looking for. When does the bullish volume run out, and when might it pull back? And then we would look for where would it pull back to? Supply zones become demand zones. Resistance turns into support. So that's one thing to look at. And then maybe the 50 and the 200 moving average on the daily chart, maybe the hourly too. We'll be looking at things like that. I don't have any plans right now. This could change an hour from now or tomorrow or next week. I don't have any plans to sell my shares at the moment because they're basically free. I got in at $1.29, but as I said at the beginning of this live stream, I mostly on swing number 2 here in 2026 went with a leverage play with call options, and we already hit a triple home run on those, and that more than paid for all my shares. So my shares are a cost basis of $1.29, but effectively they're free. Thank you, Mr. Call Option Maker, Market Maker. But, if things get out of hand and the price runs up ridiculously, would I peel a little bit off? I might. I don't know. I don't give trading instructions, so don't ask me what you should do, please. I'm happy to talk about what I'm doing. I don't know your risk tolerance. I don't know your portfolio size. I don't know how diversified you are. So I don't give trading advice. I'm happy to answer questions about what I'm doing and what I'm looking at. Gang says, tomorrow's last trading day this week, is it good or bad for AMC Pump? I think, the cynics in us are worried about the option expiration tomorrow. Can someone please pull up the max pain for for tomorrow? I'm thinking it's probably 250. Colt, you falling asleep? Are you awake? His eyes are just a slit. Ray says, if it gets to $3, there's another 60,000 calls going in the money, more hedging. Yeah, the other thing that we see on many tickers, and you guys, if you've been around the block for a while, you know how it goes too. As you get to an options expiration and people start exercising to take profits or closing the option because they're not in the money, that unwinds some of the market maker hedging, and the price can collapse temporarily on a Friday. So it really just depends on what the chart does for the underlying ticker for today and tomorrow. I'm not making any predictions just yet. We're just enjoying the moment. We've been waiting 2 years, ladies and gentlemen, to enjoy a celebration live stream like this. Over 160% up on this ticker. After all the bullshit we've had to listen to about people telling us Don't trade the movie stocks. Don't trade AMC. Boy, the bear forums have gotten really quiet. Have you noticed? They're still trying to throw some mud up against the wall. Adam Aaron's going to dilute you. But they've gotten pretty quiet. Anya says Colt's vocabulary is going to be wild. Debt, refinance, shorts. I do notice him every now and then, Anya, when I'm holding him here during the day. He's watching the charts, all the moving numbers, and he's fascinated by it, but he's fast asleep right now. Dumb Money says, good morning, Tony. Will you collab with Mass again? You guys look good back together in the days. I've reached out to him many times. I know he was going through some life and job changes, and we did that one live stream several months ago. It was good to chat with him and catch up a little bit. Now, I've left him a couple messages, and I haven't, for whatever reason, haven't heard back from him over the past few months. And I don't pester people. If you don't answer me, I'm just going to, all right, I guess you're busy. But he did comment on one of my videos last night, or one of my posts on YouTube. So he is still alive. And I asked him to call me because I want to hear what he thought about The Mandalorian and Grogu. And yeah, I'd love to have him on and just chat about movies and stocks and whatever is going on in his life. Control says, what's price going up ridiculously look like for you? I haven't even checked my positions this morning. Let me do that right now. AMC $1.50 calls expire 8/21. They're up 142%. Not too bad. I bought them on June 5th. My August calls. I already closed out my June and July's. Now, am I regretful? Did I leave money on the table? Yeah, I left a fuck ton of money on the table closing out my June and July's. But I made 700% and 400% on them. And I was happy with that, so I took it. Now, I would bet you they're both probably over 1,000% now. Well, I don't know. I'll do that when we're not on camera. But I look at the price. It's $1.67 over those strikes. And I had picked those things up dirt cheap in March, those June and July's. So this is the thing. You got to decide for yourself, what profit level are you happy with? When you're dealing with options, everything's on the line. If the price collapses, your gains could be gone in a blink. And you got theta working against you too. So I take the profits. And that's why I had different, what I call date laddering. I had June's, July's, August's. So I could take profits on the early ones, knowing that they were going to theta decay. Even if the price went up, I was going to lose some value. And I wouldn't feel bad because I've got later dates at $1.50 strike. So I'm up 142%, and my shares are up 107.39%. I'll take it. I will take it. I do own Cinemark and Marcus Corp too. Cinemark, I'm up 52.7%. Marcus Corp, another theater chain, large one in the US, I'm up 53%. And that's not even, we're not even 12 months into those plays yet. So don't tell me you can't make money in the movie stocks. You just got to be good on your timing. Joe Jam says, Tony, would you agree? Isn't it funny though? I mean, I've been holding Marcus Corp and Cinemark between October and December. I bought them. I've been holding them 9 months now. And in 30 days, AMC has lapped them 2x in the gain department. The non-profitable company with the bloated balance sheet has lapped the profitable companies. I'm up over 100% on AMC. The supposed dog in this race, and the two profitable companies that everybody's been trying to steer you to, which I had as hedging, and I knew they were safe bets. They're up only 50%. And I got them at pretty good lows. It's just funny. It's funny. The narrative that people try and spin. It's mostly, it is some shorts pushing the narrative, the negative narrative, but it's also people that got burned because they never sold ahead of the reverse split. They never sold ahead of any dilution, and they got wiped out, and I feel bad for them. But, don't hate on a company forever because you took inaction. Inaction, no action is a choice. We took a choice. I took a beating from everybody on social media for the last 3 years, selling my AMC back in 2023 and switching to swing trading in 2024, and then not being in the trade for 2 years almost after that. But all of that just speaks to patience and waiting for the right moment. And then you can truly celebrate. We're not having to worry about the price coming up to our cost average now. We're just making the green. Max Pain is $1.50, you guys are saying. Oh my gosh. Well, I don't think we got to worry about that. I don't think we got to worry. We're not going to $1.50. Dumb Money Ninja says Amy is running 8% up today, 269. Let's go. Man, if it hits, no, I'm not going to jinx it by. Let's just have fun. Zero Goblin Slayer says, if we break 265, do you see us hitting 3? If we break through 250, I said we're going to go live because 3 is the next stop. And that's why we're live. I promised my Discord this last week. And could it be today? Could it be next week? Could it be July? I don't know. The slate is looking really, really good. Not just Toy Story. We got a fire July coming up too. And if there are any shorts left in this play, let's just screw them, man. Let's screw them. There's really not that many shorts, so 10% short interest. And I bet, boy, if they're, well, I don't know. I'm not gonna get over cocky here. Ray says this gonna hedge to $4 plus. Let's go. I'd like to sell my August calls for at least 200%. I really was hoping that we'd have a pullback so I could add some September calls, but we never got the pullback, so I'm just riding with what I got. Ray says, mini gamma squeeze is in the 4 to 6 range. I would take a little squeeze like that. Yeah, if we get some crazy squeeze price up where it just goes, I will unload and then rebuy when it retraces. Dave says, best to not get too carried away. The biggest cinema chain in the world still has a long way to go back to realistic price level where long-term shareholders will feel more happier with. Yeah, we were kind of crunching some numbers on the Discord voice chat the other day, me and Mediocre and Rolf. And I have some pretty good numbers if, let's say, the next 7 quarters were all profitable. I have some pretty good price targets for AMC. But I can't really talk about those with you guys because what about Q1? That's kind of the turd in the punch bowl right now, Q1 2027. So I don't want to get carried away this early, having some, what I was doing in the voice chat was trying to model some, not just speculative price targets, but some earnings-based price target. If AMC is able to clock or forecast, give guidance of a forward positive net income, 12-month, then you can start doing some earnings-based price forecasting. And A lot of that's going to depend on the size of the box office, but the numbers were pretty good. They were considerably higher than where we're at right now, and that's based off of earnings. But it does require that AMC doesn't dilute anymore. We're at about 800 million shares once the next update hits. But that's not stopping the price one bit, is it? Look at this. Look at this thing go. 271 right now. So, if box office holds up, some of y'all that are just a little bit higher than this with your cost basis, it's not impossible to think that this thing could get there in the next 18 months. I know some of y'all want me to tell you it's going to get there next week. I don't know. I'm just leaving all retail narratives aside for a second, just looking at an earnings-based valuation. It's not impossible, but you got to have the box office. I'll take a squeeze tomorrow. Don't get me wrong. I'll take a push up. Robert says 10% short interest is still high. I mean, it is high, Robert, but I get really excited when it's over 20%, and especially if that 20% is not convertible note holders. Like you see, GameStop short interest is really high right now. That's mostly convertible note holders. There's no shorts that are scared in GameStop. And that was the same thing I was saying at the end of last year. There's no shorts that were scared in AMC. That's why we were just sitting out of the trade, waiting for the price to come down. They aren't scared. They have convertibles if the price runs up. They have a constant hedging strategy. And so AMC, 10%, that's at this point mostly just people betting negative against it. Let's get them out of this trade. Push the price up. We'll know. We'll see the candle where they get out. It'll be the candle of death. You'll see that price spike up. You'll see a huge needle go up, and then everything just collapses. That's usually what I call in my mind anyways, and the story I tell myself is that is the moment that the most shorts got wrecked. That was forced covering, that big needle up well above the bar. And then the price just collapses because there's no more short covering going on. They all got wrecked. Right now we're just seeing bullish buying momentum. I'm going to need to adjust these charts. One in the left here is just the 5-minute chart. The one in the right is the daily going back to March when we started buying. Clearing out the obligation warehouse. Yeah. Joshua says, if they didn't cover at 94, why are there still shorts in this? Yeah. I mean, good question. I think it's a stupid short at this point. At some point, the price will get so high that it will attract shorts. But I don't know what that price is. And right now, if you're trying to time it and you're short, this is scary times. $2.75. We're less than 25 cents away from $3, ladies and gentlemen. Ray says a lot of the shorts moved overseas, which means not reported. Yeah, I mean, I've heard that theory before. I don't get too worried about that stuff, Ray. If you maybe you don't listen to the channel often, but I just report on the reported short interest, and I know a lot of people have a lot of other theories. I don't worry about that. Look, we've all looked at it for the last 5 years. Did it improve anybody's trading? No, most people got wiped out over the last 5 years. So I focus on what I focus on because it works for me. And I am never going to try and talk you out of believing whatever you want to believe. And maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. If you're right, if there's a bunch of hidden shorts, that just makes my trade even better if I get the right entry. But just to be a good reporter, I want to report on data that the market uses. And for the most part, that using that data has vastly improved my trades versus trying to make my brain believe something that I have no evidence of. You know what I'm saying? I get the temptation to believe there's billions of shorts hidden in tokens or overseas. Maybe there are. I get it why you would want to think that, but believing that was not improving my trading. So I just had to let all that go. Anya says, if you joined the Discord, your trading most likely improved. 280, ladies and gentlemen, 20 cents away from $3. Let's go. Can someone check social media? Because I got my hands full here. And see if we got a update on the eBay Prop 4 vote. That meeting should be going on. It was 8 a.m. PST, which is 10 a.m. my time. And I'm showing 1023. Do we have any update from the eBay meeting? We got proposal 4, which if you're invested in GameStop is important. I was neglectful in reading the eBay proxy. Someone pointed out last night that proposal 4 is a non-binding proposal, which is kind of disappointing to hear. Even if shareholders approve the proposal to drop the percentage of ownership required to call a special meeting from 20% down to 10%, which would make it easier for Ryan Cohen to call a special meeting. Even if that passes, it's only an advisory vote to the board. They don't have to enact it. That's kind of disappointing for me to realize that. I wanted Cohen to have an easy path to call in a special meeting, but we'll see what happens. First, we need an update on the vote. Will we get it today? Will we need to wait for an 8K with vote results tomorrow? I don't know. LSX says, once GameStop acquires eBay, have you modeled the new price? I have modeled a sensitivity table of different prices, yes. I know that on social media, they're only looking at the most optimistic outcome, which, you know, that's what social media does. That's what promoters do. In my analysis, I'm looking at all outcomes. The market could value the new entity at its value. They could assign some upside to it, or they could be worried about the new co, and they could discount the combined price. And because I know that there are multiple possible outcomes, I'm not just going to push the positive outcome because I got a 66% chance of being wrong. And I think the market is telling us something. GameStop investors are obviously telling us something different, but I let go of all of the social media narratives. I'm trying to understand how the market is looking at this and what are the reasonable analysis of what's going on. I do want to see Ryan Cohen take over eBay. I think it'd be a hoot. And I think he would do good things, but I'm not going to get overconfident on what I think the outcome is going to be on the price. I exited my GME trade on the night that the rumor of eBay came out at $27 and change, and until we have more information. So it's at $21 right now. That's a good trade for me, exiting at 27 and change. And I'm just waiting and ignoring the clown channels on YouTube saying, well, why isn't it valued at $50? Don't they know we own 10% of GameStop? Guys, these people have zero clue what they're talking about. Lex says, if you're able to DCA a few times a week, a couple shares here and there, that's how I did it. Average came way down over time because reverse split makes the weight of current average less. Thank you, Lex. Yeah, we do have people in the Discord that were underwater that have repaired their position completely. We have some that are still working on it. We have some that are underwater, but they have new positions that they're swing trading while their core position, you know, they're waiting for the price to come up. There's a lot of different strategies you could use if you're underwater. May shoot down more than you think. It could. I haven't made any predictions on where it's going to shoot down to, so I don't even know what I think right now. We're just enjoying the ride up right now. And we're keeping in mind that tomorrow is options expiration. Patrica, I bought a lot when the price was high and then I lost my job. Sorry to hear about that. Only been able to work 5 months of the year for the last 4, penny pinching to stay afloat at this point. Well, we're going to send you good thoughts and prayers, Patrica, and hope that the market gods can deliver us a price that makes you happy here. Anybody that's underwater, I'd love to see you get repaired. Everything definitely has gotten more expensive. I hear you on that. $2.82. We are 18 cents away from $3. Dub says, might be time to hand the baby off to Mama and get this party started. Mama is sleeping. She works overnight shift at a hospital. So she got home around 6 a.m., fed the baby. She did her little mama feeding, and she's sleeping. We won't see her till 3 or 4 this afternoon. But I'm going to, maybe we'll teach the baby here how to open a bottle of champagne this afternoon. Right now, he's just sleeping through the party. How's GameStop doing this morning? GameStop is in the green, 6 pennies. Railtown is at 25 cents. All right. All right. Oh, man. All right, we got a little bit of a retracing candle here, rejected off of 283. Let's see what happens. Patrica says, I live in a very defense-heavy area of Sweden, and they're hiring like crazy, so I hope I can get a foot in the door. Good luck to you. Sweden, beautiful country up there. I don't remember if I've talked to you, Patrica, but I spent a summer up there in Sweden in my youth, up in Eskilstuna, and got to travel all over the country with some side trips up into the far northern part of the country, some side trips down into Stockholm, Gamlestan, side trips over to Oslo. Good times. How old is the baby? He was born on April 1st. So what does that make him? 2 months and 3 weeks. He's got his 3-month birthday coming up. Anya says the daytime live is great because a lot of people in different time zones can join in. True that, Anya. True that. BW says, figured Mama would still be on leave. She had almost 2 months off, BW, which is pretty good for America. And she just started back a week or so ago, 2 weeks ago. She only works 4 days. They're long shifts. So it's 4 days on, 3 days off. And she gets to spend time with him, on her days off. April 1st is also Control's birthday. Well, happy birthday belated to you. He was due on March 27th, which is the day before my birthday. And he didn't come. And so around the 30th or the 31st, we had an appointment, just a regular check-in to schedule the delivery. And we were at the doctor's office, and she was monitoring the baby, and we were talking about what day to come back in a few days to schedule everything. And the doctor said, looking at his heart rate right now, we need to go ahead and admit you, Mama, right now. So we had no bags packed. We had nothing. It's like, go upstairs right now to labor and delivery and get checked in. So that's how our day went at the end of March. And the next day, here he was, April 1st. I guess that was March 31st when we had that appointment. Anya says, we loved Uppsala and the food. Yes, Anya. Patrika says, I'm about 3 hours north of Eskilstuna. Midnight Sommersland. You're way up there, Patrika. The main thing I remember about being up there was the water for swimming was damn cold, but it didn't seem to bother anybody. I was there in the summer, so they were swimming. And if you've been to Sweden, well, let's just say clothing can be optional, which was, for me being a younger American at the time, that was kind of like a culture shock. But not too bad, because the family I was hanging out with had a girl that was my age. She was a blonde. She was a brunette. She had her two best friends were a redhead and a blonde. So, hey, Tony, you want to go to swimming at the lake? Yeah. And we get to the lake, and boy, was I in for a surprise then, ladies and gentlemen. That was about the time of my senior year in high school. Alex says, I'm in Stockholm. Nice to see so many Swedes. Welcome. Yeah, all of y'all. The other fun memory I have from up there, when we went to go stay in the cabin up in the northern part of Sweden, there was no electricity, no running water. To take a shower or wash your hair, there was one of those pumps, the big hand pump. And I put my head under there to wash my hair, and it felt like it was so cold, it felt like fire. And because there's no electricity, there was no refrigerator, but there was a hole in the ground. If you're in Sweden, you probably know what I'm talking about. A cement hole in the ground with a lid, and they just put all their cold stuff there. It was so damn cold, even in the summer, that you could refrigerate your food right there, 12, 18 inches below the ground level, right outside the front door. Maybe, I don't remember how big it was, 18, maybe 24 inches in diameter. Vina says, hello from Stockholm. Welcome, welcome. AMC 277, a little bit of retracement here. That's fine. A little bit of consolidation is okay. When we start seeing it curl over like this, I start looking down at what are the VWAP and the moving average levels to, if it were to come down, what are our support levels? So VWAP's at 264. The moving at 50 is at 255. The 200's at 250. I certainly hope we don't retrace to any of those, but we'll see. That's on the 5 minute. On the 1 hour, whoa! Let's get rid of these. On the 1 hour, obviously we've had such a run up that the moving averages are way down there. Let me see if I can. What am I trying to add here? The other thing that we kind of look at, I don't use this a lot, but I use it sometimes when something's really getting frothy, is just the Bollinger Bands. Because often when you start pushing above this top Bollinger Band, it's not unusual to expect a little bit of correction to bring it back in line. You can kind of see that here. Boom, it kind of retraced. Went through and it kind of retraced. Here it bounced off, stayed in the channel. So a little bit of retracement would not be unusual, but it doesn't have to respect that. on the daily, we're way above the Bollinger Band. Here you can see it pushed through, but kind of pulled back. Just, so many fascinating little things you can look at. I don't use that every day, but I do look at it from time to time. Rolf in the house. What is up, Rolf? You got any trade on in this ticker still, Rolf? I can't remember. Joshua says, it is cathartic to be in AMC since January 2021 and diamond handing and buying the dips and averaging down for T plus years and seeing green in your position that was down 98%. Man, I mean, you've been through a freaking ringer there, Joshua. You've been through the ringer if you held all the way through that and then had the diamond balls to average down all the way through it. I did not take that path, as you probably know, and I hope you don't hate me for that. But I did say there would be a moment that I came back, and I am back. Rolf says, a lot of puts. I'm assuming, Rolf, that you're selling cash secured puts, so you're making a bullish bet, right? Let's make sure we don't people don't misunderstand what you're saying. If you think the price is going to be bullish, you could sell a cash secured put at a strike lower than the current price, and that's just free premium to you that you get to keep when the options expire, as long as the price doesn't collapse down to your strike price. So we do sell cash secured puts in the Discord on many tickers. He says he's selling $2 puts for July. Thank you for that clarification. I don't recommend options if you're not familiar with trading them, but if you want to start your journey of learning, I do have a playlist on how to run the wheel, and you can join the Discord and ask questions in there. Discord link is in most video and live stream descriptions. It is free, although the free access is very basic and limited. If you want to support the channel and the content we provide here, there are some paid options for the Discord, which get you greater access to discussion. It's up to you. We're happy to have you as a free member too. I'm not often in the free rooms. Rolf says, so he's selling cash secured puts and he's selling covered calls. Rolf, walk us through your, I'm not selling covered calls. You were selling $3 strikes, if I recall correctly, right? And you told me that you'd be okay if they got called away. Is that still the plan, or would you think about rolling those to a later month? If let's say we hit $3 this week or $2.95, what's your thought process? Anya says, be right back. Laundry ain't going to do itself. Dink says, if you really want to be degen, sell cash secured puts that are in the money. Did you do that, Dink? I've seen some people in Discord that were doing that. CCH 2201992 says, still hodling 1,000 shares. I'm down 96%, but I believe MOAS is coming. Bread and circuses are how a nation dies. AMC's only getting started, baby. Get your popcorn and let's watch the world burn. Let's watch some damn movies. Go watch some movies. Go buy some popcorn. It is truly the fundamentals, the revenue, the net income that will change the story here. The box office. And if you're at a place where you can go see some movies, hopefully you like them. You like movies as much as we do here. I've been a cinephile since college. That is the number one way you can support this industry. And then share your love of the movies with other people. Don't let people forget about the big silver screen. Oki says, why is outstanding shares not changing? So you're asking, why is outstanding shares still not reflecting the new shares issued for the completion of the ATM. A lot of times the data providers don't pick up on that type of press release to update their database. It might be weeks before the shares outstanding updates. You might need an 8K or a prospectus or a proxy or a 10Q, something where the company clearly says in a filing that the data providers pull from what the shares outstanding is. Now, you know who is better at pulling that stuff is Dilution Tracker, because they manually go in and check every filing. Let me see if they updated AMC. Once the data providers, and there's only a handful of them, update their numbers, then all the brokers will too, because they all get their data feed from the same couple of places. No, even Dilution Tracker has not updated shares outstanding. Weird. But I mean, just know it's somewhere around 800 million and the price don't care. Honey Badger don't care. Yeah, so you could multiply 800 million times this price to get the actual market cap. Not too shabby. Cat Food Cannon, what's up? Diego says A-list subscription is the best this year. I've been an A-list member now for coming up on 5 years. I think I got it in June. Yeah, I got it in June of 2021 or July. And I have the popcorn pass, $5 large popcorn any day we go. In some ways I feel bad, because I'm not paying $13 for the popcorn. It's just $5. But, if you go to the movies a lot, I'm just looking at it this way. I'm contributing with volume. And there's many days when I take the wife, we're spending $50 on pizza and chicken nuggets, and she wants a candy and soda, occasional drink. So not every visit is a $5 popcorn. And even if you got the $5 popcorn, you still got the $9 drink. You know what I'm saying? That $9 soda. Joshua says, I never gave up on AMC or the smooth brain theories that AMC wouldn't go bankrupt. They've really done a bang up job. I know it's made a lot of people upset, but I do believe management was doing everything they can to provide adequate liquidity to avoid bankruptcy. Nobody wanted bankruptcy, not management, not shareholders, and not the lenders. It would not have worked out well for anybody. Now, they did have to take some pretty drastic steps to ensure they had enough shares to sell for liquidity in the lean years. Maybe now we're past the lean years. We'll find out. Q1 is behind us. We'll see. But I have, bond traders I talk to tell me that AMC will be in future business school business cases, study cases of look how this company hung in and pulled every trick out of the book to avoid bankruptcy. It truly is amazing. I get it. If you lost money, it might be amazing for the company, not great for you. But everybody made their choice of whether to hold through it or not. The company had to do what it had to do, or it would. There's been several moments where they would not have been around if they hadn't taken some drastic steps to add liquidity to the balance sheet. And here we are at a moment where now maybe finally the box office is going to be a great year. Rolf says, I also have $1.50 strikes for tomorrow, and I'm going to let those go too. A risk of selling covered calls. Oh, you sold covered calls. Okay. July 17th, have a stack of sold puts at $2 and a good to cancel order to buy back at 4 cents. Very good, Rolf. If all of that sounds like Greek, pun intended, join the Discord and come join the conversation and learn all about wheeling these crazy tickers. Not that I'm trying to push options trading on anybody, but if you're curious learning more, you can apply that knowledge to any ticker, and we do. When the moment's right. Not all the time. You got to know when the moment is right. And you got to know how to pick your strike prices and your timing. And it's a lot of moving parts. Dub says, met AA at Livonia, Michigan, AMC, to see Creed and thought he was very genuine. Think he's done a great job. I let him know it. And he responded holding 20,000 shares at $240. Man, way more than me. Congratulations. 240. We're at 271. You're in the green. I love to see it. I met AA in Dallas. We drove up there. Shoot, man, I forget what movie we went up there to go see. I don't think I'd do that again. Drive out of that's a 3-hour drive for me each way, plus a movie. But I did get to talk with him, and we hung out for a little bit after the movie was over. And as fate would have it, he was going out the same exit I was of the mall, the AMC mall. And so I got to have a chat with him as we were walking, and we didn't really talk about anything of substance. But I do think he was sincere. He had the best intentions for the company. That may or may not have been the best for us. But your other choice was, if they don't sell some shares, you file bankruptcy and you have zero. So he was doing what he needed to do to survive, to make sure the company survived. I still see these popcorn project people saying, oh, companies had plenty of cash. They didn't need to dilute. They did. Yes, they did. And part of the reason these guys continue to fail in understanding this play is they don't look at the financials. And if they look at them, they don't understand them. Or they don't understand the pressure that lenders can apply to force a bankruptcy if the company liquidity gets too low. Just a lot of things they don't understand. I'm way past trying to explain stuff to them. They made their choice, the negative Nellies, a long time ago. $271. We're pulling back a little bit, heading back to the VWAP, which is at 265. Let's see if we get a bounce there. Beautiful day nonetheless, up 9%. We're almost 3 hours into the trading day. I did not see in the chat, maybe I missed it, but have any of you checked to see if we have an update on the eBay vote proposal 4? Someone could check social media and let me know. Jabroni, what's up? How you doing? Dub says the power went out because he was watching that movie with in a snowstorm. That is some dedication, my man. And you got free tickets. I see on average maybe 2 or 3 movies a week for the last 5 years. I've never had a power outage. I have gone in theaters maybe like 3 times in the last 5 years where the projector wasn't working. But projectors break. And if I can, I'll move over to the next screening just in a different theater, a different auditorium. If it's the middle of the day and I have time, I just move and hang out for 30 minutes and watch the next screening. But there have been a couple times where we've had to leave and come back with a free pass. Things break. What are you going to do? Rolf says the SPY is fighting back to the green. I don't even have it up on any of my monitors here, Rolf. Let me check a couple of other tickers here real quick. Weeble today up 7.5%. Let's go. GNS, little Singapore penny stock, is at 22 cents. Railtown, I don't own any GNS. Railtown at 25 cents. Volume really low, 22,000 shares on the OTC. GameStop, 21.61, up 15 cents. YYGH, we talked about this on last night's live stream. Another penny stock. Waiting for the reverse split announcement. There's a couple train wrecks I'm watching, you guys, in penny stock land for a wrap-up report. If you want to learn what to watch out for in penny stocks, we'll have a wrap-up report in a couple days. Here's another one I'm watching. GDC down 15%. This stock fell from $9 to 11 cents in 2 days, and now it's at 2 cents. Man, you think you had a bad month. Look at these guys. And I look at them on social media. They're still buying. I'm adding more. I was in at $8 and it dropped to $2, so I'm averaging down. Yeah, wait till you get the reverse split announcement. Yeah, not going to go very well. You thought 2 cents was the bottom? I mean, I hope I'm wrong, but I won't be wrong. Anya says, penny stock land. It is fun to look at these tickers every now and then, Anya, to see what kind of lies people are being told on social media. All right. We're touching that VWAP. Let's see if we get a bounce off the VWAP or if we're going to retest the 50 MA on the 5 minute. That is this orange line right here, the VWAP. The 50s down here. I'd like to see a bounce right there, some support. It's been riding it up since this morning on above the VWAP. Let's keep it there. Come on, bulls. Come on, market gods. I've been praying to the market gods if you follow me on X, and they have been delivering for the past 2 weeks. Just Incredible Realtor says, what up, Tony? How was the Michael Jackson movie? I was thinking of seeing it tomorrow. Scale of 1 to 10. I mean, I grew up when Michael Jackson was famous. You got to keep that in mind. I remember very well when the Thriller video was released on MTV. That music was popular back in my day. I like Michael Jackson. I appreciate his music and presentation's not the right word. The dancing, everything, all of his contribution to the industry. I appreciate it. I know he's a controversial figure for other reasons, which may or may not be true. But all that being said, for me, the movie was 9 out of 10. I just enjoy the music, and it was good learning some things about his past, his youth that I didn't know, and some of the struggles he went through to get to his level of success. So I would recommend it. You know, if you hate Michael Jackson, then don't go see it. But if you're any sort of a fan, I think you would have a positive experience watching the movie. Oki says, same with Beyond. People keep going crazy about the price at 70 cents, hoping it goes to $300. I don't get it. Oki, what is wrong with these people? I don't know if they really believe that or if it's just promoters and their alt accounts trying to sucker other people in. Anya says, Tony got me in the green on Beyond. Yeah, Anya, we had to have some talks about looking at things not with the rose-colored glasses, just thinking like a trader. And Anya was able to get out of that trade in the green. So good job, Anya. Good job. VRO says, please move the stock up. Come on, market gods. Let's go. Break Nation says at the end of the day, the guy was weird as shit and they had problems. He was weird. I mean, they don't even shy away from that in the movie. There was something different about him. And he had problems. And unfortunately, he got hooked on painkillers and then went down a slippery slope after the hair on fire incident. It is unfortunate. But he was a great performer and a great contributor. John Chess, what's up? AMC, he says, so hot right now, up 7%. Our high of the day, 283. Stock up 160%. If you got in at the low, many of us did. Congratulations. If you're a hater and you're watching and you're saying, but you're down 97%, no, we're not. We're not. I was not in the trade until March. So these are celebratory times, and most people in my Discord, many of them were not in the trade, and almost everybody entered in March at the end of the month. There are some people, as we said, repairing their positions, carefully listening, letting emotion go, let the social media narratives go, and learn to make just better fundamental-based trading decisions. And we welcome everybody. There are some people that are expecting a MOAS. I welcome everybody. Even if you're a bear, you're not going to get kicked out of our Discord. Just be able to back up what you're saying with some sort of fact. If you say box office it's not going to do good, that's not factual. Look at the box office. Box office is doing just fine. That's why the price is going up. Up and to the right, the VRO. That's right. Mr. Colt just sleeping away here. If you weren't here at the beginning of the live stream, I do have a live infant right here with me. He's just chilling. At some point, he'll wake up and be hungry again. I'll need to take a break at some point for a few minutes and go change his diaper. I'll do that when he wakes up. C. Bertman says, I've been in since the very beginning before 801, but have averaged down. My cost average is around $7, so almost back to whole. Let the market gods, both the old and the new, drive the price up so that you can be made whole again. Anya says, this household thought fake meat would take off, and it did not. Yeah, unfortunately, Anya, the consumer just has not accepted the product to the level that the company Beyond Meat was anticipating, and they got a little bit over their skis on expenses, and the income didn't materialize, so they got in a little bit of trouble there. I haven't even looked at Beyond since that little squeezy moment they had. Remember that, Anya? BYND. How far back do we got to go to find? Oh, right here. This is when we talked about Beyond. It did have a nice little... Oh, this was the reverse split, though, right? I've slept since then. I already forgot what happened. Anyways, we covered it, and we helped some people make money, and some people get out before it got wrecked back in that time frame. Where are we at? All right, we're still flirting with that VWAP at 266. Let's hold the line. John says, MOAS happened already. I remember boarding a plane when the stock was $60. Pepperidge Farm, remember? Yeah, John, I was at my middle son's high school graduation on that day. My phone was going crazy. I told this story before. I was like, what do I do? watch the graduation, go home and try and trade. What the hell do I do? And, you know, I was heavily invested in call options, so I couldn't afford to muck it up, if you know what I mean, John. You know how the call options, you can be rich 1 minute and be back all the way back down a few minutes later. I was like, what do I do? Anya says, I don't remember, but you said Beyond was going to spike, and it did. There you go, Anya. Thank you for the refresher. Rolf says, hopefully Potty Water and Discovery Capital are selling into this rally. I hope so, Rolf. And we want to get Pentwater and Discovery out of this trade. I know there are people, promoters of AMC, who think they are on our side. I just think they're on their own side. They're on the side of making a profit. They're going to take a profit at some point. And good on them. I mean, they loaned the company money when it most needed it. So I don't begrudge them making a profit, but I want that dilution, not that dilution. I want that selling pressure overhang out from over our head, because it is my belief they are going to unload those shares. It is my belief at some point this year, might be next week, next month, next quarter, later this year, at some point we're going to find that Discovery and Pentwater own almost no shares that they've been unloading into these pushes up, and that's fine. Get out of the trade. That's just extra selling pressure we don't need. They're in at $1.09, and they are not Moon Boys. They have a board and investors that they need to answer to, and they're going to take profits. And believe me, if you can make 100%, 200%, you just earned the team a December party in Bermuda. They're going to take the profits. In my best guess. And why do I say that? Because they have a long history of trading stock, getting convertibles and then exiting the trade. So I don't expect any different, and I don't fault them for that. Look at that chart on the right, would you? The daily chart. And people told you to avoid this stock. GME is the only way. What's GME done since April 1st? Is it up 160%? Just asking questions. I trade GME too. I'm not negging on it. I'm just making fun of the people that neg on AMC investors. They get so wrapped around their own little rainbow and unicorn world that they can't even see a good trade setup developing in front of them. I'm going to diamond hand this stock that's trading flat because I don't like movies. You got to let the emotion go, ladies and gentlemen, the favoritism, the cultism. Just look for good setups. Look for good setups. Be agnostic to the ticker or the company. You got a good setup, take the trade. I see the GameStop people shit talking SpaceX too. Why? These people are making money. Why are you going to shit talk people making money? Because you're jealous? That's what it seems like. If you got a good setup, take the trade and then get out. SpaceX coming down a little bit today, down 3%. Great first 3 days for anybody who was trading this. 149 to 225. Very nice. All right, we seem to be on the 5-minute chart hovering above the VWAP, which is good. Stay there, please. Break Nation says GME is way better company than AMC. Yeah, I mean, there's zero doubt, right? The balance sheet is a fortress on GameStop. Cash position, a fortress. The company is, I would say, by any reasonable measure, going to be profitable as far as we can see. GameStop. They've tightened up all the money-losing locations. Even if the operating profits are low, it's still profitable, and you have the interest income. All of that, fantastic. But you got a lot of other dynamics going on at GameStop. You got dilution overhang from the convertible notes. You got dilution overhang from the warrants. People view all of this as bullish, and they're not looking at it like a normal analyst would. It is dilution overhang that's going to push the price down. And then you have the GameStop eBay deal, which if you are familiar with these, you can look at, what's the other one that's, who is trying to buy Roku? Fox? Look at the Fox Roku deal. What happens? This is pretty standard stuff. The acquirer, GameStop in this case, Fox in its case, the acquirer stock gets pushed down when they make a bid, and the target stock generally goes up. So, I'd like to see Ryan Cohen get eBay, and I'd like to see him over time repair eBay, and I think it'll be fine. It'll be fun to watch. It'll especially be fun to see him prove the naysayers wrong. But in the meantime, in the short term, you got to expect downward pressure on GameStop stock, because that's how it goes when you're doing an acquisition. GameStop's going to be held down. eBay's going to be pushed up. The best thing, if you want to click pop in GameStop stock, is for the eBay deal to fall apart. The stock will almost instantly go up several dollars, would be my guess. But yeah, just looking at the financials, they're not even in the same ballpark, GameStop and AMC. No doubt, right? No argument. I have been swing trading GameStop for a long time, and watching the financials improve and evolve, and I love the work that Cohen's doing. I feel very comfortable buying around the $20 range. That's where my most of my recent swings have been, is taking entries around $20 and then taking exits when it peaks. I'm waiting for a new entry right now. Be Busy says it's about time, ain't it, for AMC? It is about time, my man. 160% run. It is about time, and congrats to any of you that are enjoying some gains today if you bought down there at the end of March. Anya says, what is a good age for a kid to see Toy Story? I don't know, Anya. We won't be taking the baby, I can tell you that. Too loud. Too loud for his little ears. I haven't even asked my wife if she wants to go see it. I bet she doesn't care. I bet she hasn't seen any Toy Story since number 1. But I don't know. We've been busy catching up on Dutton Ranch, and I'm almost done watching Andor. Can you believe I waited till now to watch Andor? I've got like 4 episodes left on season 2, but The Mandalorian and Grogu kind of incentivized me to catch up on some things that I had missed. So Disney, enjoy the couple extra dollars, because I'm not going to be there forever. Robert says, enjoy funding Ryan's dream. What makes you think the market isn't going to price? Yeah, I see y'all arguing with each other. I don't know how it's going to turn out, gentlemen. I'm just looking for, hey, if Ryan Cohen can make something happen and he gets paid, great. My responsibility to myself is to make sure I'm analyzing the situation without emotion, without cultism, without the social media narrative. And if it is going to be punished by the market, which is a possibility, Nuco could be punished because it's going to potentially expend all of GameStop's cash, and Nuco will be highly leveraged, and then it's execution dependent. If it is punished, then my responsibility right now is to make sure I get the least expensive, most risk-free entry. And that's all I'm doing. If I'm going to dabble, if I'm going to bet, I would want a cheap entry. And then I would also be okay if I have a cheap entry. I would also be okay if the eBay deal falls apart. I'll be okay for a pop on my cheap entry. eBay deal falls apart, GameStop will go up, because that overhang of the highly leveraged Nuco is not hanging over their head. I get it. You're a GameStop investor. You want them to buy eBay. I get it. But you got to realize the entire market is not looking at it through your lens. They're punishing the stock right now.
for good reason. It's going to be risky. The outcome is uncertain. But I still want to see Ryan do it. I want to see it happen. Break Nation says, where is his dilution? He's arguing with Robert. GameStop is a better company than AMC. Look, we're not going to compare companies. We don't do that on this channel. Other than we already said that the financials are much better at GameStop. AMC is a recovery play. However, GameStop has a lot of dynamics working against it right now that tend to flatten the price. That's all we're saying. Like, are you looking for a long-term investment? GameStop is much safer, right? Fortress balance sheet, profitable net income. Maybe they grow the company through acquisition. There's nothing wrong with that story. You might be trapped in a flat trading stock for a while. You've been trapped in a flat trading stock for a while. I've been playing the dips and the rips and taking profits and then wait and rebuy. But a lot of people are mad that they've been trapped. And so I would say if you're mad, consider switching up your strategy of how you trade GameStop. And if you're not mad, if you're happy, then just wait and see what happens. I'm not trying to push people into one stock or another. AMC is a completely different play because the balance sheet is messed up. It is highly dependent on how box office performs. But we've been carefully watching for 2 years to get to this moment and get a entry. And it has been massively profitable since we re-entered the trade at the end of March. Anya says, did you watch the others related to Yellowstone? Yeah, Dutton Ranch is one, Anya, with what's that redheaded chick's name? God damn it. I'm having a senior moment. Rip and Beth, right? We love Dutton Ranch. Marshall's, we watched that. I'm not as in love with that. My father-in-law was just saying the other day, he's like, Tony, I guarantee you Taylor Sheridan has nothing to do with that series, Marshall. It's just not written as well. The characters aren't well developed. I agree. Marshall's, we watch it, but it's not quite to the level of Yellowstone or Dutton Ranch. And all of the prologue, the predecessor shows to Yellowstone, those were all fabulous, Anya, also, if you can go back and watch those. Robert says, as soon as the GME share authorization passes, the market makers are going to hammer the price. I mean, it's a debatable point, Robert, on GameStop. If the company approves more shares, are they going to hammer the price? I mean, a share authorization is not immediate dilution. So I don't know that I agree with that statement, but we'll see. I have no idea what's going to happen. Just my general thought, if the GameStop shareholders approve more shares, it gives the company potential. I don't think that immediately tanks the price. The reason they would want those shares is to buy eBay, and I think that's already being priced in, and that's why the price is under pressure. It's why the price is being pushed down. The market is not looking favorable at the risk of a NewCo in the short term. In the long term, it might be fine. That's not negging on GameStop. It's just a unemotional analysis of what's going on. I think if Ryan Cohen can get eBay, in the short term, I can't tell you what's going to happen, but in the long term, he's demonstrated some ability to cut costs and find profits. So I would love to see him do that at eBay, and I think there's opportunity there. I think anybody that is second guessing him, I see all the haters on social media. They hate him. They think he's incompetent. I think he's pretty ruthless. He's tried a few things that didn't work, but when something doesn't work, he throws it overboard and he really gets down to doing the hard work that needs to be done. And look at the turnaround he's done in GameStop. Now imagine that sort of mentality being put in place at eBay. There's a lot of potential if he can make it happen for the long term. Like over the next 2 to 5 years, that NewCo could be a really interesting ticker. I just want the best entry possible. So just know that's kind of where I'm at. And I'm looking for a lower risk entry than the current price. I don't know if I'll get it. Robert says they tanked AMC's price when the share authorization passed because they knew AMC was going to immediately dilute. They needed liquidity ahead of Q1. GameStop doesn't need liquidity, Robert. There's a difference between approving a share authorization and knowing that it is imminently going to be utilized. Now, at some point, if GameStop is able to move forward with eBay, they will utilize those shares. Will the price be immediately spanked? I mean, I don't know. I don't have enough degree of certainty to tell you I know what's going to happen. It's just my guess right now that it won't be immediately spanked just because that passes. But let's get proposal 4 vote out of the way first. What is the fucking status on that eBay vote this morning? Somebody please tell me. Check social media. Do we got any updates? Do we not know? I think GameStop's being punished because of the risk of NewCo, highly leveraged, uncertain execution. And the potential dilution is definitely, people are looking at that. The use of cash, people are looking at all of that. That's why the price is being held down. It just is what it is. Manny, what's up? He says Ryan is not responsible for the turnaround in GameStop. It was a meme stock craze. Well, I mean, there's no doubt that the investors giving the company a huge run up in the price, which enabled them to sell shares at a premium and pay off the debt. That saved the company, but the company was still in bad shape operationally. And Ryan tried a few things, and those things didn't work out. The NFT marketplace and the warehouses all around the country. And he saw those weren't working, and he pulled the plug. And he got to work throwing everything overboard that was not profitable. And now you're finally starting to see the results of that. So, it's a team effort, Manny, I think. But you're not wrong. It was investors that provided the capital to pay off the debt. It was investors that have provided capital along the way to build up this cash fortress, right? Through the repetitive ATM offerings. The investors put the company in the catbird seat. Ryan Cohen, maybe more to your point, he capitalized on the share price numerous times getting overvalued. And that's why most of those points, I don't look at this like a cult member. I can see when it's getting overvalued. That is, I'm exiting my trades at those moments. Every time I'm exiting my trade. And then Ryan dilutes. And I'm like, he sees it too. The company, when they're selling shares, that's because the stock is overvalued. There's only one way to look at it. They're going to capitalize on that. And I'll corollary to that, they are not buying shares back right now. I know they just approved a 2 billion share buyback authorization. I'm going to be a contrarian. I know social media is enamored with the idea that GameStop is buying shares back. I think it'd be foolish to be buying shares back right now. Number one, you need the cash for the eBay acquisition. Number two, it's too far above fair value. If the price craters, they have that share buyback authorization as like a foundation. They could go in and tip the till, but they're not. It would be very foolish management, in my opinion, to be buying shares back at $21. Manny says Roaring Kitty saved GameStop, not Ryan Cohen. I mean, I don't think too many people would disagree with that, Manny. He had a lot to do with the price moving up. Robert says they need liquidity if they're going to buy eBay. They have, $9-10 billion of liquid assets, Robert, and they got a $20 billion potential loan from TD Bank. Now, I hear the clown channels, the GameStop YouTubers, saying that $20 billion is GameStop's the moment they need it. No, it's not. They're not getting $20 billion on the merits of Ryan Cohen and GameStop. Let's stop with the nonsense. They're getting potentially a $20 billion loan based on the assets and the equity of eBay if the NewCo is, what's the word? The credit rating. If the credit rating is high enough. It's not a guarantee. It's not based on Ryan Cohen. It's not based on GameStop. It's based on the completion of the eBay acquisition. So they will have enough liquidity, but that debt, $20 billion from TD Bank, makes NewCo a very highly leveraged entity and then makes it very execution dependent for Ryan to go in and start slashing cost, improving profitability, and pay that debt down as quickly as possible. And that's kind of why the market is punishing GameStop right now. And the cult leaders are wondering why GameStop's not trading at $50. I just gave you the why. Not everybody is bought into your way of viewing things. Long term, I think Ryan can do it. Short term, there's a lot of questions. Investment grade credit rating. That's the phrase I was looking for. Lex says, if GameStop shoots up, is it possible for AMC to have a sympathy move? I think if either one of them shoots up, we're talking like stratospheric type moves. It's possible for it to pull the other. Yes. But, like for AMC, you'd need to see it move to $7, $8, $10. Like really, hey, something's going on here. And GameStop could get pulled in, and GameStop, if it pushed through $35, it could pull AMC with it. But it's very hard for GameStop to go above 32. Very hard. I know people are convinced the warrants are going to come into play and the convertible notes are going to be paid off. Ryan Cohen would love all that to happen, but there's a huge dilution overhang ceiling up there. And the convertible note holders of GameStop are going to short more and more, doing their delta hedge as the price moves up. And so it's just very hard for GameStop to get over $32. It's hard for GameStop to get over $29 and stay there. There's a lot of market forces, very well understood by anybody who is not emotionally invested in the play, of why the price is having trouble moving up. You're going to need a significant catalyst to break that ceiling. Roaring Kitty come back. That could be significant enough. I don't know, what else. I mean, Ryan's going to need to come up with something. Announcing a share buyback, that ain't it. Saying that GameStop's going to buy back some debt, that ain't it. None of this is going to matter. This is all just people desperately flailing around in the water looking for some hope that the price is going to go up. I'll give you the hope. If he ends the eBay deal, the price will go up almost immediately. Until then, we're kind of in the muck. We're in the muck of the market sorting through the risk of NewCo, and you're in for a long play. Anya says eBay Prop 4. Someone on X says the vote isn't in yet. Someone says they heard it didn't pass. All right. We may have to wait for the 8K tomorrow or the next day, Anya, where they announce the official results. Milton says Roaring Kitty coming back won't do it at this juncture. The trade, to be fair to your comment, Milton, the trade has changed a lot since Roaring Kitty initial days. And we have seen every time he comes back, the peaks get lower and lower. We have the convertible note overhang. We have the warrant overhang. We have a much larger float. We have institutions with hundreds of millions, billions of dollars in play here with different strategies than Roaring Kitty. I would tell you strongly, if you're listening to a cult channel that still thinks you're in 2021, you are not in 2021. This trade of GameStop is completely different. And the sooner you can realize that, sooner you can start making some profitable trading strategies around the new reality. We're not sitting around hoping for a MOAS on GameStop. We're not drawing boxes on our screen that the stock is going to be at $1,000. This is the fucking circus. These other channels that are telling you that shit. Absolute clownery. 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 Ray says, Roaring Kitty's brother said this week on a podcast that Keith is off the grid and in hiding and thinks they're like tapping his phones. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I believe anything that Roaring Kitty brother has said. He is entertaining to watch, but he's also been picked up on a couple of psych evals. God bless him. Seems like a fine gentleman, but I think his family's worried about him too. Break Nation says, I don't even think it's a squeeze trade anymore. I don't either. GameStop is not a squeeze trade. What is the trade on GameStop then? For me, this is very simple. It's not negative. It's a high volatility ticker. The same reason the convertible bondholders are in GameStop. High volatility. Big moves, 20 to 28, 20 to 27. You can make a lot of money vol trading GameStop. Over and over and over. The cult leaders get mad at me because I'm doing that. I'm taking profits repeatedly on this stock. I'm not buying into their $1,000 next month narrative. We're interested in making profits. We're not pushing cult memberships over here. Y'all can, I'll watch you stay flat for the next 5 years with your $1,000 price target. Good luck to you. Whatever happens, if it goes to 28, 32, 35, whatever happens, we're going to be in that trade. We're going to also take profits when it tops out. Anya says, clownery, new word. That's right, Anya. Dave, thank you. He says eBay's got 4 days to publish the results. Thank you, Dave. I see the baby. He's kind of moving around. Colt, are you going to wake up? Mr. Colty? Nope. He's not waking up. Carrie says, are we covering GME or AMC? I mean, we're just enjoying the ride, hanging out. AMC's up almost 10% on the day. We had a little bit of retracement. So we're talking about a couple of other things based on questions in the chat. Hopefully you guys are not easily offended by discussing other tickers. This is not a cult channel. We'll kind of just go with the flow. And there's a lot of people have a lot of money on the line with GameStop too. I think it's some good, valid conversation. Ray says another X factor, Pentwater notes don't break even until AMC reaches 566. Ray, no, that is not true. Pentwater and Discovery, they already converted all their notes at $1.09. They own collectively now 150 plus million shares. And there's only 100 million of notes left at 566. So the vast majority of convertible notes are out of the trade. I don't know who owns the 566. It could be them too. But why would you, if they owned 566 notes, why didn't they move all of them to the new lower conversion notes? Doesn't make sense to me. So I don't know that Pentwater and Discovery own those 566. Even if they do, it's only a very small amount left up there. They got their shares a month or two ago at $1.09. They're already in a huge profit, and they will be taking those profits. Yeah, ask Grok to explain to you the difference between AMC old exchangeable notes and new exchangeable notes that were recently converted. have that conversation with Grok, or watch. I don't know if I had any videos specifically on this topic, but I've tweeted about it a couple times in the last year. And there was a check the press release in July of 2025. AMC talked about most of the lenders switching to the new exchangeable notes. And just about a month ago, they did a press release saying that almost all of those notes had now been exchanged for shares. Then you can go to the debt table in the 10Q and look at the two lines that say exchangeable notes. The one that is 100 million is the old ones at 566. That's called the 6.8% PIK toggle exchangeable note. The new notes were like 0.5% interest after the December vote. So, I'd love to see 566, but there's no magic that's going to happen up there. It's not a magic number anymore. It's such a small amount of debt there that they'll just convert, and that'll be it. We'll keep on moving. Ray says, I don't think Pentwater converts until after 7. They already converted, my friend, at $1.09. Check the press release in the last 45 days. Or check the beneficial ownership filings where Pentwater and Discovery disclose their position after conversion. Robert says, one thing I haven't seen in a long time is the DRS computer share, guys. I think the DRS numbers keep coming down. Robert, the more the company issues in terms of shares, the less effective DRS becomes as an end goal to control the float. We got a nice bounce here on AMC off the VWAP, pushing back up through 270 now, 274. That's our left chart. The orange line is the VWAP. We were watching that on the 5-minute chart here to see if we would get support. We have for the moment. We got a nice bounce. Now, really what to watch for is to see if we can retest this 280 level as a little bit of consolidation happened. Over here in the bottom right is also AMC, but on the daily, showing that low back at the end of March and the just phenomenal run in the past 2 months, April, May, 3 months. I'm going to check a couple other tickers up here in the top screen. Let's do a fun poll. How many people are in here? 143. Let's see. That's enough to get a decent response rate. And the question is going to be, win $3. Let's do this week. This quarter, which would get you through the end of June or this year. I just kind of want to see where y'all are at. All right, I should be live in the chat. Manny says $3 after the Toy Story release. Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that aren't, it hasn't really sunk in how big this Toy Story weekend is going to be. Not only is it Toy Story, it's a holiday 3-day weekend as well. I think it's going to be a fantastic weekend. When was the note conversion? In the last 45 days, Ray, I forget. Anya, can you check on Grok? When in 2026 did AMC convert their exchangeable notes. It was sometime in June. No, sometime in May, Ray, if I'm not mistaken. So many tickers, so many corporate actions. I try and keep everything compartmentalized and ready at the top of the stack for instant recall, but sometimes these dates all meld together. Oh, a double holiday, Manny says. Yeah, Father's Day and Juneteenth. You could also, Ray, go on AMC Investor Relations page and just look at the press releases for the last 45 days. It's in there. AMC is proud to announce that 150 million of exchangeable notes have been redeemed. They don't tell you it was at $1.09. I just did the math. We knew it was going to be down there because we were looking at the filings, for the last year, looking at the conversion terms. $2.75, moving on up. Come on, let's make a run for 280 again, ladies and gentlemen. Colt says he wants to party. You're awake now? Good morning. We've been having a party here without you. You slept through it all. Anya says, is this it, May 4th, 2026, to convert their notes into equity with AMC Entertainment, officially issuing shares and finalizing the cancellation? That is it, Anya. Yep, May 4th, 2026. Thank you. What are we going to drink for lunch, Colt? Are we going to drink milk or champagne? Are we going to push $3 today? He's looking around for the right words. He's not really sure. Are you looking at the chart? Look at that. Look at those green candles. Just look at it. Just look at it. Pretty amazing, huh? You thought you'd never see this day. You arrived just in time to watch this period in our lives, Colt. Joe Stars, what is up? He says, just closed my AMC calls for 200% gain. Beautiful. What did you have, Joe? Good job. I'm going to check on mine again. Let's see where we're at. I'm at 160% on the August calls. 113% on my shares. What do you think AMC price would be if they pay down the debt? My first question is, how are they going to pay down the debt, Jesse? We're very low on cash. We're going to have profitable quarters. Hopefully they'll stack a little cash, but they got $100 million in debt that's due next year. Some of the cash will go to that. I'm not, forecasting that they're going to book $1 billion in profit and be able to just magically pay down the debt. We're not even having those discussions here. We're hoping that fundamentals and interest rates improve and they can refinance the debt at a lower rate, push it to a later date. I get it. There's people with space calls telling you that the company's going to pay off billions in debt this year if you just go buy $400 worth of popcorn and candy. It's just not a practical reality, in my opinion. All right, I'm going to put you guys on mute for a second and go get him a bottle going, and I'll be right back.
All right, we got him changed into his Texas All-Star outfit. And bottle's 2 minutes out. So, Colt, try not to cry for 2 minutes. Finishing up the conversation, I would love to see AMC opportunistically continue to chip away at debt, but we're not expecting any big debt payoffs. Right now, they really need to stack cash on the balance sheet. Someone saying Grok is sure the May 4th filing was not Pentwater. Pentwater and Discovery have a long history of being AMC's convertible lenders. So Grok might not know, but I know. Anya says, Tony, when you're hands free, you can look into the Pentwater info. I've already looked into it, Anya. I have no doubt that Pentwater and Discovery are our convertible lenders. All right, let me go grab his bottle. We'll be right back. They could also be opportunistically buying shares, but in general, what we've seen over the years with Pentwater and Discovery is when convertibles happen, they file an update on their share ownership, and then a few months later, they report 0 shares. So pretty apparent to me through the pattern of history that these guys are getting shares through exchange of notes. There's always a beneficial ownership filing right after a press release about notes being exchanged. And then at some point after that, there's another filing, an amendment that they have 0 shares. So they get the shares from conversion, they get them at a discount, the stock runs up, they sell them at a profit, everybody's happy. AMC survived, they got money loaned to them, and the lenders made a profit. So that's how it works. And you can not believe me until later this year when we get the updated filings from Pentwater and Discovery that say they own 0, and that's fine. You don't have to believe me. I just like to throw these little predictions out there based on some common sense analysis, and then have people yell at me for a few months saying I'm going to be wrong. And then when the updated filing comes out, we just smile. Carrie, thank you. Jesse says, how many shares do they have to issue, left to issue? The ATM is complete. The note conversion is complete. So there is no more share issuance unless the price gets over 566, at which point there's 100 million in notes or so that could convert to shares. Manny, prediction for this weekend box office. That is a good question, Manny. What's up, buddy? I think he's a little gassy, not just hungry. If you hear any farts, that is not me. This weekend box office. Am I being too unrealistic that it could be over 200 million? I think Toy Story alone, isn't it supposed to be like 150 million opening weekend? Come on, buddy. I know. Yeah, he's a little gassy. Work it out, Colt. Work it out. Did it pass? All right. What you can do if you want to have fun with AI, and AI is often dumb, is ask it to give you the history over the last 4 years of Pentwater and Discovery's ownership of AMC, including any beneficial ownership filings. What day did they disclose a position, and what day did those positions go to 0?
This is what these companies do. Pentwater and Discovery, they're opportunistic lenders. They're not, I think it's perfectly valid to say if they believe that the recovery could take the price much higher, they could hold some of those shares for a higher price. Absolutely. But I also am not naive enough to believe they're not going to take profits. All right, I'm going to put you guys on mute for a minute while he works this out so it's not totally annoying. Turn down the AC too because it's getting hot in here. Where are we at? 274.8, 275. Scott says that's what good about baby. Come on, Colty. Come on, Bubba. WP says he shorted AMC at 280. Well, good luck to you. Feeling weird. You guys still think a stock can run second time? We're not talking, no one's talked about any run here, WP, but thank you and good luck to you. Break Nation Sports, just so you know, this is a swing trading channel. We're on our second swing. Already taking profits at 100% run up, 700% gain on my June call options, 400% gain on my July call options. I'm up 164% on my August call options and 114% on my AMC shares, and I will be taking profits when it is appropriate for me. So I don't know who you're talking to about expecting a run. We're just here enjoying a 10, 11% day. To me, AMC seems like kind of a dumb short, but at some point, the price will reach a point where the shorts say, that's far enough. And as long as, we got to be prepared for that. That's fine. It's part of the game. We believe in the box office for Q2 and Q3, and it's going to be really, really good. But, at some point, the price has the box office factored in. We're in the discovery phase. Nobody knows what that point is right now. Anya says it's a 10% day after a 10% day. Correction, Anya, we're now at an 11.25% day. Let's go. I'm not trying to overhype anything here. We're just sitting back having fun. We were out of this trade, many of us, for almost 2 years. We re-entered the trade April, May, not even 90 days ago. It's been a phenomenal last 2.5 months. Phenomenal. Be Busy says, Tony, did you ever answer my question about AMC margin calls? I asked, are these the prices they were looking at that can cause margin calls? You talking margin calls for shorts? There's really not that many shorts in this trade, except apparently WP out. Short interest is only 10% on the last official report. So could it cause margin calls? Look, shorts are not stupid. They're constantly readjusting their risk. And they could readjust it by closing a short out. They could readjust their risk by buying calls. There's so many ways they have to manage their risk. The only way that they really get in trouble is a runaway price. Like when you see the God candles, they're going to get screwed. But when it's just meandering up like this, they can manage that risk. Will they close out some shorts? Maybe. But they could also have a hedge to the upside. They're not stupid. It's the biggest social media narrative that the shorts are just going to ride it until they're bankrupt. They have ways of managing risk as long as it's moving up rationally like this. The big institutions do. The smaller retail traders are the most likely to get screwed in small pops because they don't have often the collateral or the account size to manage a big move up in one day. But a big institution, they got plenty of collateral. You need a huge move to get them in trouble. And I'm not saying a huge move couldn't happen. I'm just saying we're not talking about margin calls here. That's somebody else's talking point. You should ask them those questions. Good Living says, I bought it a few months ago back at $289. Should I sell now? We don't give trading instructions here, my friend. If you've been following my journey, you know that I was out of the trade until the end of March and I bought in at 97 cents. So I don't give instructions. I will talk about what I'm doing. Anya says she sat out yesterday being an absolute skeptic. I'm laughing at if I had a shot, Anya, I'd drink it right now. Are you done crying? Feels like he's trying to go back to sleep. I got in today, she says, at a ridiculous price of $252. Who would have thought it? Yeah, Anya, you told me you were done with AMC. But welcome back. Welcome to the shit show. Do you guys ever watch those boat launch videos down in Florida? Welcome to the shit show. That cracks me up. Kevin says, from what I recall in the last run, you would see a pop and drop, then an explosion. Yeah. If there are somebody, some short that is under pressure, let's just play that story for a second. They're going to try and fight it until if they don't have proper hedging in place, there could be a moment of capitulation where they just say, fuck it. And they go, or they get bought in. They get bought in by their prime broker. What is your problem, dude? So, there could be a moment of an explosion. If I saw an explosive move up, I would think that somebody got bought in by their prime broker. Right now, we're just seeing normal bullish price action. But boy, in any ticker, don't we live for those days where somebody gets bought in, somebody who is short? I love those days. Fuck the shorts, man. Kleiner, what's up? Bing Bong says, after averaging down for the past 2 years, I'm finally at break even. Hoorah. I wonder if we have any sound effects that work on price action. Can you guys hear that? It's been a long time since we used the Stream Deck. Almost forgot
I forgot where all my buttons are over there. Mark says, OG8 Pier bought my first shares back in February of 2021. Still own them. Ready to run again. Let's go. Let's make Mark whole again. Mark, I hope you bought some down when it was below $1 and that you're enjoying some gains here because this was hard earned. Okay. Cat Food Cannon says, ka-ching. You guys did hear it. Let's end the poll here and let's see what you say on your votes. I'll give you 30 more seconds to vote in the poll if you still have it up on your screen. 30-second countdown. Anya says we need more sound effects. Here's what we're doing to the shorts today, Anya.
Boom and shot! Boom and shot!
This is my boomstick.
Let's go. I got a good one if we get over 280 again. We're only 4 pennies away. Ladies and gentlemen, we're up 11% on the day. Let's go. Colt trying to go back to sleep. You want some milk? I'm going to have a massive left deltoid. This kid's starting to get heavy. My father-in-law said, Tony, you need to get one of those slings where you can just hang the baby. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that that's very fashionable for men. But at some point, he's going to get heavy. Then what do you do? I forget. It's been a few years since I've had to do this. Let's go back to the position you were comfortable in. Ray says the 15-minute chart shows it's already at the same candle close as the earlier run. Woo! Let's go. Man, I sure would like to see a close close to $3 today. Wouldn't that be fun? Mark says I bought shares in 2021 for $1 and then that summer for $40, but my average is 10 now, so all good. I feel lucky. Those of you who weren't around with me back then, I wasn't live streaming when AMC and GameStop had their run, but I bought a few shares. I forget, late May, middle May, 2021 when they were still cheap, $4, $5, $6, $7, I forget. And then I mostly went leveraged on calls. And when the calls ran there in early June, I sold them. And I that's where I made a decent chunk of change in 2021. And then I started this channel because I was mad at Trey and Matt for never answering my questions and not telling people to sell their call options. I don't care what you do with your shares, but you got call options in a run up. I mean, you gotta ring that register, baby. And then we hoped for another run later that year, maybe even the next year, but it never happened. And eventually I had to exit the trade because I didn't want to give too much of my money back on those shares. And then now I think we had 1 year of swing trading it. 2024 did okay in the early half of the year. And then exited Q4 of 2024, if I recall correctly, because of the cash burn and dilution concerns, and just been waiting. And now we're back. Now we're back, babies. Anya says, I think you can use a backpack carrier up to 40 pounds. Infants go in front. I could do that, Anya. Thank you. If you find a good one on Amazon or something, drop it in the Discord. I'm going to need something. The Spiz says, I'd like AMC to stay under $4 by July 17th for my covered calls.
And I'm hoping for at least 7. I like that. GME mini pop-up, John says. Let's see what we got here. Very nice. 1 3/4. You can see some of my trades on GameStop here. I tend to buy when it's, at least in the last year, when it's close to 20. I've taken some profits on these moves up. Currently have no position, but I'm watching carefully to see if we can retrace into this demand zone, or do I need to draw a new one at around 21 bucks. I don't know yet. Too soon for me to say, and too many variables going on with the eBay deal, the share buyback, the vote coming up, the eBay vote today. I might miss the boat here, and that's okay with me. I can always jump on a moving boat, but I would be really mad if I buy in and the price drops back down into the 20s. Tony, you should have been patient. You should take your own advice. You can always jump in a moving boat if it's going the right direction, but you don't want to jump in a boat that's sinking. I should have a t-shirt that says that, but it's a little bit long for a t-shirt. But that kind of encapsulates our thesis here for any ticker. You can always jump on a moving boat that's going in the right direction, but you don't want to jump in a boat that's sinking. Wait until they patch the damn hole. When will there be a pullback? Alexander asks. We did have a nice pullback at lunch. 283 down to 265, and now we're seeing how we close the day. Oh, what was that guy's name that shorted? What did he short at? We want to make sure he comes out okay today. WP, where'd he go? I lost his, shorted 30,000 shares at 280. So he's up by 2 pennies. Let's see what happens, as my good friend Ryan Cohen says. Yashua says, Tony, you're up 116%. When will you take profit? I'm up 154% now on the calls, 115.5% on the shares. But keep in mind, even though I'm up in my shares, I'm still bullish on box office. I'm watching the chart very carefully. I don't want to sell too soon. If the chart just completely starts collapsing, I might take an exit and wait for a lower entry and rebuy. I'm generally bullish about the box office for the rest of this year, and I already made enough profits on call options, which I bought and then sold for a big percentage gain. All my shares are free now. I have zero cost basis effectively in the shares. So I'm not in any rush to sell. But if I see the chart turn over and I think that it's going to have a massive correction, I'm not worried about 20 cent, 30 cent volatility. I'm not. Because I'm in a good position. But if I saw that the support was at $1.50 and we're at $3 and it turns, I might take an exit just out of caution. And you can always jump back on the ship, right, Anya? John says, Tony single-handedly pushed box office in the right direction. I have been a strong advocate for 5 years of the way out of this problem is not buying more shares, but going to movies. I mean, if you want to buy shares, do that too. But this problem only gets fixed with better box office. More revenue, more net income, more cash flow. Hey, Bubba. Milk? Milk or no? Nope. He wants to sleep. All right, that's cool. Go ahead and miss the party, Colt. 278.5. Look at this candle. It's just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Working on 15 5-minute candles going up. Man, I'd be scared if I was short at 280 right now. Just saying. I'd be a little nervous. Anya says, Tony, have you ever had your legs in different boats? I did, and my nephews pushed the boats apart. That's what we call diversification, Anya. I have not had that happen. I have owned a couple boats. I have not fallen in, but we were on a canoeing trip, and my buddy saw a water moccasin come towards the canoe, and he got scared, and he jumped. We were in high school. He jumped out of the canoe and flipped it and sunk it. I was like, well, now you put us all in peril. That's my worst boating accident. If you were Adam, at what price would you issue another ATM? I would not issue another ATM unless the price ran well up from here. They should have no cash need for the rest of this year. Now, could he issue one? Could he say $3 is high enough? You know, that's far enough above fair value. They could do anything. I hope they don't. Nothing would surprise me. I don't know what they're thinking, but here's what I'm thinking. Cash position is okay. And if box office is what we think, the company should book additional cash Q2, Q3, Q4 in a small amount. Enough to get us maybe enough to pay off the 2027 debt, which is $100 million maturing. But really the big unknown is, what does Q1 box office look like, and will we have enough cash to get through that? So depending on what they're thinking about Q1 box office, like we've talked about for the last 2 years, it's going to come down to that discussion again towards the end of this year. And if it's not looking good, then, you know, in Q4 at some point, we'll talk about the risk of dilution. But I'm not worried about it right now. There's no need for them to dilute. Is there a possibility? There's always a possibility, but they generally have issued shares when there was a imminent liquidity need. So I'm going to count on that, and we'll see what happens. There's not a imminent liquidity need right now. Come on, 280. Come on, 280. Alexander says AMC has reached the RSI overbought level. Should I be worried or not? I don't know. I don't know what your cost basis is. I don't know what your selling plan is, so I can't tell you whether you should be worried or not. We're just here enjoying the day, Alex. Israel says, don't think we can issue for 6 months per the bond deal. I think that lockup period was 6 months from the December vote. So we're about at the end of that lockup period on additional share issuance, if I'm not mistaken, Israel. Glenroy, what's up, amigo? Come on, 280. I want to push this button. We got a sound effect ready to go. Look at that chart on the right, the bottom right. Looks like a rocket. Warning to all shorts, 280 inbound. Come on, babies. Dub says cash is king. It is king. Cash is king. Liquidity on the balance sheet is critical. You don't want lenders breathing down your neck trying to force a Chapter 11. You got to have liquidity. But I think we're in good shape. We made it through the worst of this year already. And things only look better for the next 3 quarters, so including the one we're in. Speaking of Spider-Man, thank you, Alex. I logged into the AMC website for a minute today, and I couldn't even, it said, sorry, we're so busy, you're going to have to wait to get logged in to the damn website. And it said Spider-Man tickets now on sale. People were banging that cash register getting their Spider-Man tickets this morning. It took me 90 seconds to get on the website. Let's go. I love it. I love it. Come on, 280. You're almost there. They're just teasing us. You're teasing us.
Oh my God!
Just do it. Buy your Spider-Man tickets today. Yeah, we want to see a press release. Spider-Man tickets have beat all-time records. Are y'all planning on seeing the Odyssey, by the way? Oh, I need to end the poll, too. Let's see what it says. Win $3. 67% of you say this week, 28% this quarter, and 5% this year. Here you go, Bubba. I know you're hungry. Still got your tummy bothering you, huh? That's more important than eating right now? We can put RSI back on. I took it off last night off my chart just to have a cleaner chart for a photo, but I usually have it down there at the bottom of this chart. Give me a minute where I get this bottle put down. Oh man, they're going to make us wait and tease us till the end of the day here. I'm looking at the GameStop chart up on the other screen, and it bounced off the 200 moving average on the 30-minute with a tall wick. But it's had a nice day, a nice run today. Maybe some people excited about eBay not passing Proposal 5. I do think that GameStop will go up if the eBay deal falls apart. It'll go up a couple dollars. Busy says, Tony, I'm going to ask you an honest question. I believe you will give me an honest answer. Do you think the shorts have covered or are covering all their short positions? I only look at the reported short interest, Busy. Ever since day one, that's all we've ever reported on here. We know there are plenty of ways that institutions can have additional short exposure. I'm sure all of y'all are aware of that by now. Derivatives, swaps, blah, blah, blah. But short interest is reported twice a month, and it's 10% right now. So there's not that many shorts in this trade. Could they have other exposure? Yeah, but it's not exposure that's going to drive massive covering and drive the price up. Now, you could also say, but Tony, back in 2021, there was not that high of a short interest, and it went from $5 to $70. Yeah, it did. And there wasn't that much short interest. But there were shorts, and the float was much shorter, and the price moved very quickly, and they got overconfident. I don't think they're as dumb this time around. So I'm not trading this as a short squeeze play. Although if it happens, that's cool. I'll take it. We'll be along for the ride. But I've been taking profits on my call options as the price moves up. I'm not expecting some massive move up to $10, but I'll keep some stock and some options in play in case I'm wrong. I'd love to see a big move up, but I'm not I'm not creating my trading plan around that. I'm bullish on box office. I think it's catching a lot of people by surprise. You're seeing people late to the party that weren't paying attention to the box office, trying to get on board. And at some point, we'll find the new normal for the price. And the company's going to have a good Q2 result. And we go on from there. We're all just hanging around finding out together where the new normal is. It's a beautiful thing. Maybe the new normal's $2.50. Maybe it's $3. Maybe it's $3.50. I don't know. The market is deciding. Do I think there are any synthetic shares out there? Yeah, synthetic shares are literally derivatives. Just go Google. Tell me how to create a synthetic share with options. It'll tell you exactly how to do it. What does GameStop own on eBay right now? Put call pairs. What is that? It's a synthetic share. It's a normal market function. Synthetic shares. Absolutely, there are synthetic shares. That doesn't change or affect short interest. Doesn't necessarily create a short squeeze. It's a way to avoid reporting shorts while having the same exposure as owning or being short the stock. Are there synthetic shares like people are telling you, there's 1 billion hidden in Brazil and another 1 billion tucked away in tokens and another 1 billion tucked away in Germany? Not a talking point of my channel. I have done just fine avoiding losses, coming in the trade at the right time and making profits here by focusing on what actually matters to me. And if other people have talking points, I would just ask, how have their results been? Following those beliefs, how have their results been? I know how my results have been. They've been just fine. Focusing on market data. I don't need to worry about that other stuff. Worrying about it the first 2 years of this play did not improve my trades one bit. And as I said at the beginning of this live stream, we learn and adapt. If something is not helping you, you got to let it go. You got to learn what is useful, what data is useful. I'm not trying to gamble my family's fortune on some theory from a guy on Reddit about hidden tokens in Germany. Just trust me, if the stock starts moving, I can jump on board in a bigger position size than I'm in right now. We're not going to miss anything. What we want to do is not be in any trade that is moving against us because we misjudged. And then we want to be in it when the timing is as close to correct as possible and then write it up. My biggest problem always and we talked about this, my New Year's resolution, and I've been pretty good about it this year, is like last year, I noticed I was exiting some of my swing trades too soon in a full exit. And then the stocks kept on moving and I left potential profit on the table. So this year I'm trying to be more aware of exit in brackets like you should have done last year. And it's okay to take profits along the way, but keep some, if the trade is still working, you don't want to completely exit and then let it just keep on running. But also you got to be aware when it turns. So that is my main focus this year. Being better about brackets. We're doing just fine on the trades, on many tickers, taking profits, but I'm trying to let some run. And we'll see how that worked out for us this year compared to last year. Lex says, planning to see both Spider-Man and Odyssey and this weekend for my husband's birthday party with a group of Masters of the Universe. I really am sad that more people are not enjoying or going out to support Masters of the Universe. I just found it a very entertaining movie. It's kind of cheesy, but you know, if you have any exposure to the 80s cartoon, it was a good movie. Could we see a 220, 230 pullback? Sure. Yep. I generally, if I'm looking for where things could pull back to, I go to the hourly or the daily and look at the 50 and the 200 moving average, or you know, just general support levels on the chart. First, I'll look at the candles. Then, if you know, depending on what they tell me, I might look at the moving averages. Those are way down there. I don't think we're headed back to $1.90 or $1.70, but you know, crazier things have happened. The box office numbers just keep on getting better, so not super worried. On the hourly, we have a number down here, the 50 moving average around 222. That would not be, I would not freak out if it dropped back down to there. We had this support candle right here. 50 moving average is right there too. But I'm hoping that doesn't happen. I trying to be realistic. Anything could happen. I'd prefer the outcome be positive. Do you think or know there are synthetic shares out there? I know there are synthetic shares out there created with derivatives. I provided you guys a video 4 years ago telling you how to create synthetic shares yourself. I think Rolf owns some synthetic shares in at least one stock. It's very easy to do, very normal, very legal, very bastardized by social media to push a narrative from people who don't understand what a synthetic share is. Lou being one of them, he push the whole synthetic share nonsense. The guy acted like he knew what he was talking about, and he didn't know. He didn't know what a synthetic share was. It's a separate share they keep on a different set of books. That's God rest his soul, but that's a bunch of horse shit. Synthetic shares. Again, Ryan Cohen owns a metric ton of synthetic shares on eBay right now, perfectly legal. Mark says, my results were bad the first time around. I've learned so much. If AMC goes up to my average, awesome. If it doesn't, whatever. I've made awesome trades since then, and I've separated emotionally from trading. That's all we can do is learn from mistakes, Mark, and vow to take that knowledge and apply it to future trades. And I think the more and more people that wake up to that, the happier you guys are going to be with your trading career. Hey, Bubba. Who is that? ADN Multimedia. Are we headed for a $13 squeeze? We're just hanging out. I don't have any squeeze targets for you. Is that what you heard somewhere else? Let me know. Who's saying that? Yashua says at $3, I can buy almost immediately on Fidelity. Again, under $3, and make you wait 3 to 6 days. Well, that is a bummer. Exile says, I'm sad I didn't get into AMC on the lows. Hope y'all are doing well. Good morning to you. Yeah, there's a lot of happy people in the Discord. A lot of people like me that have been waiting a long time to get back in this trade. And we're back in and we are happy. I'd be happier if we could get over $2.80 so I could play a sound effect for y'all. Man, this dude has literally been sleeping. What time did we start this morning? 9:30? And he's been sleeping 3 hours. This cannot last. This cannot last. Alex says AMC is still in the lows. I'm not sure what you mean. It's up 165%. since March. So, I mean, it is low compared to if you have a $10 or $20 cost average. I get it, but the stock is doing phenomenal. And the strong summer box office has not even begun, Alex says. That is correct. ADN says 13 would be about the same equivalent to 77 during the pandemic, factoring in the amount of today's the recent dilution. Does anybody here have a cost basis over $13? What do y'all need if you're still underwater? What do you need it to get to? I know a couple of y'all have volunteered. Don't tell me about your position size. Just like, hey, I need $5. I need 10. Where are y'all at? I'm just kind of curious. I have said ADN many times, and I know it's not popular for me to say it, but for AMC and GameStop, we're not in 2021 anymore. Things have dramatically changed for both companies in terms of float, in terms of the economy, in terms of stimulus checks. So there's a different level of analysis that we are doing here on this channel to understand optimal outcomes on these trades. We're not looking at them through a 2021 lens. I'm not. Other people might. I'm not going to harass them. I'm not going to stalk them. I'm not going to complain about them. I'm doing my thing. What I'm doing is working for me. And, everybody do their own thing. You make your own choices. You own your outcomes. There's nobody crying in our Discord. I see a lot of high fives every day. 313 House Hunter says, Mark $10. Just a Girl says $8.50. Be busy. Net Cassie, what's up? AMC share price could get another boost if Kevin Warsh remains dovish at the press conference. What time is that? That start at 1:30 my time, 2:30 Eastern. $7 for Control. Got in under $1, Sean. Very nice. Very nice. Let's see if I can rest him on the desk here. Save my arm. The only bad thing about these all-day live streams is not eating. I didn't have breakfast this morning. This has been my breakfast cup of coffee. It's way past homemade breakfast taco time. I think I'm out of bacon and cheese. I'm out of bacon and cheese, so I need to run to the store. Anyways, but what is a breakfast taco in Texas if you don't have bacon and cheese? Yeah, they do get heavy after a while. He was, I don't have a baby scale, but I stepped on the scale with him, and he's somewhere over 12 pounds right now. So not super heavy, but if you're not used to holding 12 pounds all day in your left arm, it does wear on you a little bit. 8 hours of a static hold. Normally, if I'm not live streaming with you guys, I'd put him down on the floor and let him play. He might fuss a little bit, but right now, since he's just sleeping and he's comfortable in my arm, I'm just trying to keep him comfy. If I put him down, he's going to wake up. And then we'll have baby blabbering noise in the background. Sean says, I'm also in your Discord. Thank you. Control says you got to grab a Snickers. Yeah, I mean, I love me a Snickers, but we don't have any candy here. If my father-in-law or wife would wake up, I would ask them to make me a sandwich or something. Everybody else is sleeping. Anya says, where's that little seat you have for him? I have a little rocking chair thing, Anya, that goes back and forth, but he's not super happy with that. He'll fuss. I've got a play mat with, the nice thick padded ones with the things that go over it and your little toys drop down so you can practice grabbing things. I've got that down here next to my desk. And then sometimes I'll put him in the stroller. It's laid flat. I don't have a bed in here per se. I've got several options, but mostly he's on the play mat, the padded play mat, and he really likes it because he's working on his hand-eye coordination. Started out just batting shit around with his fist. Now he's working on grabbing and pulling it to him. DoorDash popcorn from AMC. There you go, Control. That's a good idea. I finally finished that. I had my dad mail me some of the AMC bags of the movie nacho popcorn. It's not available in my area, but he was able to find it at Kroger in his city, and he mailed me like 4 bags. And that stuff was really good, but it is all gone. So we are out of popcorn here. I could DoorDash some food. But I also want to see some movies this weekend. I don't want to get popcorned out. I can only have so much popcorn in the week. Philip says he needs $340. Be Busy says I need $50. We'd all take $50 a share. Be Busy. Come on. You need a baby swing. Yes, we have a swing. It's kind of reclined at about 80, 70 degrees. It's over there, and it swings back and forth like this. Back in my day, when my other 2 boys were younger, we had those big swings with the hand crank, and you put the baby in there and his feet drop through, and then it just goes back and forth, and they would fall asleep in that. But he is not big enough for anything like that. And someone told me they don't really recommend or sell those old school swings anymore because it's not good for their neck or I don't know. My other 2 boys did just fine. I haven't researched it, but I don't think he's ready he's got to have something that's full support still. Although he's getting close. He can move him. If I put him on his stomach, he will move around the mat, crawling. But he doesn't have his chest pecs are not quite built up enough to do any sort of real crawling. It's kind of like the army man crawl. Netcasty says, I expected AMC to surge tomorrow due to the high May 14th FTD volume and tomorrow's June 18th deadline. Perhaps many bought in today to profit from the expected jump. Well, I guess we will see. That's not really any DD that I follow on this channel, but I'm aware of it, but I don't make any trading decisions on it, and we will see. If people are buying because of that, then cool. Let's go. Buy some more, and let's see what happens. Anya says, pillows are not allowed with babies, no blankets either. Yeah. Yep. You are correct, Anya. He has a crib, obviously, but no blankets or pillows in the crib at this age. It's just no crib in this room that I'm in. And yeah. Anya says, babies must sleep on their backs. How did our kids ever survive? I don't know. A lot of things have changed, apparently, Anya, from when my first 2 boys were youngsters. We were just talking last night about my second son. We took him to New York, right after he was born, within a couple months. That was 20 something years ago. And now he's, from being in New York as a 2-month-old infant, he's now moving there as an adult to begin his career in the finance sector in New York. Funny how the circle of life works like that. How did we survive? Yeah, Anya. I was telling my wife, and in my day, we used to get our bicycles and we'd ride all around the city. We'd leave in the afternoon and we wouldn't come home till the sun went down, and no telling how far away we went or what kind of trouble we got into. As a parent nowadays, there's no way I'd feel comfortable with my kid out riding bikes around the city for 5 hours. Hell no. Hell no. I'm going to go cone off both ends of my street, Anya, and I'm going to sit out in there in a chair and you can ride back and forth. I'm just kidding, but you know what I mean. It's not like it was back in the day. And we did we hurt ourselves plenty of times on those bikes, doing stupid shit, creating makeshift ramps and trying to pretend we were Evil Knievel. That was a really bad influence back then. You guys that are from that era, you know what I mean. Evil Knievel. Hey, let's set up a ramp. See what we can jump here on our bikes. How fast can you pedal? You land and the handlebars have flipped around. You had no chance. When you hit the ground, you're going to go over the handlebars. No chance. Some crazy shit we did back then. ADN says first buy was 2021 at 10.06, $10.06. I would need $5.40 for break even today. That's not that far off. $5.40 ADN. I don't have any price targets that I'm sharing with anybody right now on social media. We have been talking about it in voice chat on Discord, and I am running some numbers, some forecasts, but it's too early for me to talk about price targets. If I do, I'm going to be talking about earnings-based price targets. Not the price to sales, not squeeze targets. Like legit, if we have 4 quarters, if we have an annual net profit and we have positive earnings for a year, what could we expect the price to do? That's where my head is at right now. Everybody else is going to be talking all the other stuff. That's fine. I'll be the one guy looking at normal stuff. And then we'll see what happens. Yeah. The dirt pile jumping. Been there, done that, my friend. Kid built go-cars, Anya says. Holes dug in the ground, very few toys. Our favorite game back then, Anya, was Kick the Can. Kick the Can. We would play the heck out of that thing. For hours. The entire neighborhood of children. And if it was a rainy day or snow, you'd come inside and you'd play Monopoly or Risk. And then one day the Atari 2600 came out, and then the ColecoVision and all that, and then things started changing. But Kick the Can went hard, yeah. Good times. 274 on AMC, up 10% on the day, holding well. Let's zoom out a little bit here. We started the day where? I think right here. Started the day strong. Big green candle, and we have pretty much progressed up all day. I'm looking at GameStop on the top monitor here. It looks about the same. The GameStop This chart has been doing well all day. It's not up 10%, but the candle pattern has been strong. It's up 1.3% on the day. Railtown is up 4%. Very good. There's GameStop. We can't see much. Let's zoom in. There's the GameStop chart. Let's check in on our metals real quick. Uh-oh, what happened? Silver, what happened to you? Silver's had a big pullback. I did sell back in January, then I rebought, and now I'm down. How much am I down? My silver. Oh, I'm up 0.24%. All right, well, I was in the red yesterday. It's come back up for me. But I already locked in one profitable trade on this big move up. I waited for it to pull back down. I guess I got back in somewhere around $30. Or SLV is what I own. Here we go, down here, 64.38. This is my buy right here on this bottom chart. And we're at 64.52. So yay, Highcroft. You can see my buys 30, 35, 27, 22, and it's at $27. And so that is the one red ticker on my portfolio that I have open. I'm down 9% on Highcroft. Womp, womp, womp. It's okay. Look, not every ticker is always going to be green. If Eric Sprott is in, I'm in, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll wait and see what happens. But kind of a more long-term play for me. I was only swing trading Highcroft, and only recently this year have I been accumulating a position to hold as we're getting closer to the technical reports being released. I got to get that technical report video out. Crypto, I bought in on June 5th. As it slipped under 61,000, we're at 65.8 today. Very nice. Did I time the bottom perfect? No, I did not get 59,000. But we are up, so I'm happy there. AMC looks like it just wants to trade flat for the rest of the day around this range. We'd take that. We'd take a close around 275, 10% up on the day. Exile says, risk was great. I wish more people had the patience for those kind of things. Yeah. There were some live streams back in the day where we were playing, there's a live version of Risk and Monopoly that you can play. But this can be long live streams. Just for fun when things weren't popping and we were bored and like, all right, we're waiting this out. Let's play some Risk tonight. Let's play some Monopoly live, people in the Discord, and then we'd live stream it just for fun. The Monopoly game crashed a few times. Anya says, congrats on the Railtown entry. We're talking to me, Anya? Oh, Exile Crisis bought Railtown today. I bought yesterday I added at 24.02. And we're in the long wait. Let me see. I'm waiting for a message. Still no update. Those of you in my Discord know what I'm talking about. I will update you when I have some more news on Railtown. No news to share right now. So other than that, we're waiting on the company to release news or the next quarter to see if they have revenue. Highly speculative stock. No revenue. Tickers are highly speculative. That's not me being a hater. That's just me being realistic. Call it what it is so you get the right risk balance for yourself. Nothing's guaranteed in life. And if you're lucky and you're quick and you're brave, Sometimes we lock in profits. Exile says, I need some good Canadian ones to hold. I heard TTTMF is being heavily pumped right now. Where is that? TTTMF. Volume today on this ticker 0. Sure to be fine. Sure to be fine. Surely this big green candle had nothing to do with the first day that the ticker got promoted. And then those market makers just took that liquidity right back with red candles, said, thank you. Thank you, sir. But that is a Canadian company from what I understand. Anya says, I was surprised you included Railtown in the DGEM penny stock live stream. Not because it's a DGEM play as much, Anya, as just we haven't talked about Railtown in a long time. And we needed to, the price is at a 52-week low. It's a good time to talk about it. I didn't, just because I called the live stream last night DGen, that is not me saying that you got to avoid those tickers. That's just me being blunt, like, hey, these tickers we're going to talk about tonight are not for your risk-averse trader, right? We're going to talk about some speculative stocks. So it's not going to be for everybody. And the bears that want us to buy, not the bears, the more risk-averse people that want us to buy VTI or index matching ETFs, they probably don't want to tune in to those live streams. It's not for them. It's for the people that enjoy taking a little bit of your portfolio and letting it ride. It's like going to buy a lotto ticket or doing a quick trip to Vegas. We're not mortgaging our house to go put everything on black in Vegas, right? But we like having a little fun. We got a lot of tickers that are boring 12-month plays. I know I have plenty. I know Anya has plenty. We need something to entertain ourselves with from day to day. And a little exposure to high volatility tickers, it kind of scratches that itch. So don't hate on us for our DGEM plays. We're trying to be very responsible on them, call them for what they are, wait for good entries, and always be taking profits. That makes a lot of people mad, but it works for us. Anya's, how many shares of TTTMF can you buy if you sell one share of AMC? Yeah, that's what's coming, Anya. And they're going to say, sell everything. They being the YouTubers, sell everything. And let me explain to you how many shares of TTTMF you could buy. Buy. Colt's laughing now. He thinks that story's funny. Buy. Is that funny? Oh, he's kicking his legs and laughing. He's laughing up a storm. Even Colt knows that's fucking funny. Are you just laughing because I'm laughing? It's for the degens who like risk. Yeah, I get it. Not everybody likes risk, and some people think we're dumb for buying risky stocks, but we try and do it as responsibly as possible. Have a good diversified portfolio with profitable companies, long-term plays, and I'm not betting my entire portfolio on a DGEM play. No way. If the DGEM plays run, I'm happy to make high returns on them, and it's okay with me if it was only 1% or 5% of my portfolio. That's fine. That's whatever I have invested in them is the most I'm willing to lose if I'm wrong. I'm not willing to lose 100%. I'll tell you that. Size your position according to what you're willing to lose if it's a DGen trade. We're tired of seeing people cry. Blame FINRA, blame the SEC, put a truck in front of it, sue the CEOs, blah, blah, blah. How about take responsibility for your choices and understand what high risk means? Why do we call it high risk, high reward? Why do we call it that? Everybody seems to forget the high risk part. Not here. Nope. Diamond hands only works for good stocks. That ought to be a fucking t-shirt, Exile. We're coming up with some good t-shirt ideas. The two boats. Diamond hands only works for good stocks. I like that. Maybe we'll design up some t-shirts and put them on the website. I mean, it is at its core, that is a true statement. There's nothing wrong with diamond handing profitable companies. We do it. I'll give the Discord. Here's what we're looking at. Here's the 12-month price target. Here's why we're looking at this stock. It's a 78% opportunity, and you just buy it and forget it for 12 months. Now, a lot of those are hitting our targets 6 months early. Cool. But we don't have to watch them. We don't have to worry. We don't have to. It's very relaxed. And then the risky stocks, that's just for entertainment. And most of them we do pretty well on, not all of them, but Anya, how many stocks have we gotten obliterated on? I'm going to say none. If it's risky, first of all, we're taking profits when we can. Second of all, we're exiting as soon as it turns against us. We're not going to get obliterated around here. Full port AMC, Rich says. There are people doing it. Dink, what's up? 3 minutes to the Fed rate decision. Keep us posted, although I'm sure the tickers will tell us. I can't hit my mouse or my keyboard right now to see. Anya says she's been obliterated in quite a few. Obliterated, Anya, though, like 99% loss? Like what happened to the GDC people or the finger people? And GNS? I haven't seen you get obliterated in any stock. You've got a good, diverse portfolio. Even the risky ones, you're pretty good about your entries. $274 for AMC. Am I scaring you? Am I scaring you, Colt? $274 up 10%. That decision in 2 minutes. Anya's. Oh, biotech's where you're getting spanked. Yeah, biotech is tough. I don't trade them for the most part. I learned my lesson many years ago. I'm not smart enough, or I don't have enough time to apply to following those stocks as closely as I should to do them correctly. You can certainly do well with biotechs if you dedicate the time to understanding the sector and the companies and the everything that is related to that. It's not an area that I've deeply studied, so I mostly just avoid it. Stick to what works for you and what you have the time to become an expert at. All right, it's 2 o'clock. Colt, I'm going to need to eat something pretty soon, buddy. My tummy's growling. You think you can lay down and play without causing a ruckus? Let's go back to the 1 minute chart here. Come here, Bubba. $272. All right. I'm guessing the Fed. I'm seeing GME's going down. AMC's going down. The market is red candle in the Fed notice. in the first minute here anyways. Rates unchanged, Rich says. Thank you. As a wise man once said, Mark is telling us, if the women don't find you handsome, they should at least find you handy. Amen, brother. Oh. Look at that spy candle. Holy smokes. It's only 0.3%, but it looks ugly. Come on, AMC, recover. Back up to 275. We had 2 minutes of nervous Nellies. We bounced off the 200 moving average, and now we're back up. Just when I thought it was out, they pull me back in. If I'm going to be doing these daily live streams, if we're going to hang out over $2.50 or $3, I'm going to need to buy some Hot Pockets or something. Right? And I don't know that we have anything I can cook quickly. You know what I'm going to try and make this week from my father-in-law's request is homemade Panda Express honey walnut shrimp. Never tried making it at home. Not really that hard. I do like the dish. So we're going to try that. That's going to involve some cooking. We've been making some smash burgers and some grilled chicken breast and even some fried chicken sandwiches, like take your chicken breast, bread it up in some panko, deep fry it after you pound it thin. But today, the next thing we're going to cook is those honey walnut shrimp with some jasmine rice. Ray says, once again, AMC doing the exact opposite of the market. AMC moving up. Oh my gosh, the SPY is still going down. Holy smokes. Good Lord. Well, I feel lucky now. I feel lucky that we recovered. GameStop going down with the SPY. Well, let's stay on the one that we like. Let's stay over here. I don't want to see that other nonsense. Anya says, make a big batch so you have leftovers. Yeah. It always ends up being enough for 2 days, Anya. At least 3 meals. Lunch, dinner, optional, and for sure lunch the next day. Break Nation says, just ordered half a cow and we own some chickens, lots of steak and egg meals in my future. Beautiful. I love it. I want to order half a cow, but I had a bad experience with I had ordered half a pig, put it in the deep freeze, and then I had a bad experience of the GFC circuit tripping, and I didn't notice. And yeah, that was a mess when I figured it out. Because the deep freeze had thawed, and I was like, man, if I had bought a cow, That'd be an expensive lesson. Now, I did buy a GFCI alarm with an alarm, an audible alarm, and I need to install it in the bathroom. It's been sitting on my to-do shelf for a long time. That way, if the circuit fails that the freezer is plugged into, I'll get an audible alarm in the bathroom. I'm not buying anything for the deep freeze till I get that socket replaced. And it'll take me 5 minutes. I just got to sit down and do it. I have been upgrading some outlets here in the kitchen, replacing them with outlets that have built-in USB, like the hotels, or a modern home, so that I don't have to go all the way to the bedroom or find a charger. There's always chargers disappearing around here. I got some permanently mounted in the kitchen now to the outlets. Peluso says Nick is saying $6 by March. Beautiful. Hey, come on, let's go. I hope he's right. Wasn't he saying 50 cents though? I mean, my boy Nick, God love him, fellow Italian, but he was telling us it was going to 50 cents. I was like, no, Nick, come on, bro. Look at the box office. I'll take $6 if he sees $6. Beautiful. Let him give you the price targets. I'm just here for the ride. I will tell you where it's not going down to, though. It's not going down to 50 cents. Am I going to show the Fed speech? No, I think not. Do I have a generator? I do not. Are generators set up to monitor the GFCI circuit, or do they just monitor a power failure to the whole house? We don't have in Central Texas, we don't have a big need for generators. We're not like on the coast where you're going to lose power for a few days. We don't have an ice problem. We don't have a flooding problem. We don't have hurricanes. So a generator is a nice to have, but it's not really considered a necessity here where I live. Snubbed, yeah. 50-cent price target got snubbed by BlackRock. Oh, Nick. Let's go, AMC. Come on, I got a sound effect for 280. We're waiting. Oh my gosh, can I survive 2 more hours without eating? It's getting serious. Getting serious, bro. Let's hit 280 so I can play a sound effect and you'll make a sandwich. Woo, the spy is pulling up. Maverick's re-engaging, sir. Come on. Let's go. Break Nation, thank you for stopping in. We'll see you on the next one. We have a couple celebration live streams planned. If we get over $3, we'll have a celebration live stream. If we get over a 3 billion box office, we're going to have a drink a bottle of champagne live stream. So go see some damn movies this quarter, ladies and gentlemen. I want to see that $3 billion. I want to see it. Anya says, call DoorDash. I know, Anya, but I got food prepped that we made yesterday that I could eat. I would need to put Colt down, and he's so comfortable right now. I told y'all he's a pretty good baby. I mean, you can see he's pretty quiet most of the time. He gets a little gassy sometimes. That's not comfortable. He'll fuss for a few minutes. Of course, he cries if he's hungry. For the 5 minutes it takes a bottle to warm up. If you're in tune, you can kind of see when he's waking up, and he doesn't just like wake up crying. It'll be a little bit of moving around and grunting like, hey, I'm here, I'm hungry. Fair warning, better get that bottle started or I will cry. Don't make me do it. Come on, 280. Come on, 280. Feel like I'm at the horse races, Anya. I hope those shorts that were in here earlier covered at 272, because we ain't going back. Not today, anyways. Anya, I was telling my wife last night, I put him to sleep at 11 p.m. He didn't wake up till 5 a.m. I think for a 2.5-month-old baby to get 6 hours sleep, that is a blessing for me, for the parents. And when I say I put him to bed, I mean his last, he was sleeping starting at 8 p.m., but he woke up for a feeding at 11. Kevin says, any advice on after hours trading during a gap up? You have to be more specific on like what type of ticker are you talking about? And let's start with that. Are we day trading a stock? Are we talking about AMC? Are we looking at penny stocks? $2.79. Come on, break it. Break it. Lamp on, lamp off. As our old buddy used to say. They say if you don't look at the stock price, it'll do what you want. Railtown, 25 cents. GameStop, 21.64. AMC, 278. Kevin says, for after hours gap up, AMC, and let's say it jumps up to $4. Is it best to hold and see what happens? Kevin, I have some funny stories to share about that. You know, the other YouTubers, they would tell you, Kevin, if the price jumps up and it really starts moving, do not sell. Don't sell until the way down, because you want to make sure everybody can get the price that they want. I don't give out blanket advice like that, Kevin. It is funny to hear people say stuff like that. But, a lot of the answer to your question on any ticker depends on what's your cost basis, how much do you have at risk relative to your overall portfolio? Are you in the green? Are you trying to capture profits? Are you trying to recapture a price that you're in the red on? And then what's your understanding of the overall play? I would think that if AMC gapped up to $4 because of things like some random gap up, that it is not really tied. If you tell me there's no news, we just wake up and it's at $4, I'm going to think some short got in trouble and the price is in a bubble. Shorts are in trouble. The price is in a bubble. The price is going to double. But it's not going to be sustainable. So I would look at that differently than if you tell me news just came out and Toy Story weekend is going to be $350 million and this is going to be a $3.1 billion different quarter. 3.1 billion box office, I might look at that differently on how I would react with the with my decision. 280. We hit 280.
Look at this. Oh, look at this. First thing I do is I say, would you look at this? Oh, would you look at this? Would you look at that? Oh my gosh, just look at it. Just look at it. What the heck is that? Oh, would you look at that? Just look at that. I mean, just get a look at that. Would you look at this? You know what I mean? Oh, look at this. Look at that. You gotta look at it this way, okay? You just gotta look at it. That's all you can do anymore. Just look at it.
Let's go. $2.80. Booyah. Man, that was a long wait. A long ass wait. So Kevin, I hope that makes sense. There's no pat answer like why did the gap up happen? And I would say that on any ticker. That's quickly what I try and gather the information. Is this a no news move? If it's a no news move, I'm not going to trust it as much. If it's a news related move, I'm going to want to understand that news. And is it a meaningful press release or is it a puff piece? Oh boy, on these, not AMC, but on a lot of these penny stocks like Finger or Genius Group or any Chinese pump and dump, they put out these press releases that at face value for the people quickly, casually reading it, it looks bullish, but there's a lot of missing information like, oh, we signed an MOU with XYZ company. Okay. When is it going to become locked? What's the revenue associated to that? They leave out that stuff. I don't trust those press releases, but if I can take a press release that says this is going to be a $300 million weekend because of Toy Story 5, I can instantly in my brain translate that to what that means in terms of revenue for the quarter or net income. Then that becomes much more meaningful information to affect how I analyze a quick change in the price. So unfortunately, I don't have a set answer. I have some general guidelines. Was it news related or not news related? If it's not news related, I'm not going to trust the move as much. If it was news related, is it actionable news or puff piece news? And then you just kind of let the chart and the volume be your guide in your own risk tolerance. AMC has a lot of momentum behind it now. There are a lot of people that are wishing they would have got in at 97 cents like we did. And they see the box office and they know it's going to be good the rest of this year. There's going to be some FOMO buying. How long does that last? To what price level does that last before the shorts or some profit takers like fucking Pentwater or Discovery start putting the selling pressure on that? I mean, that's what we're all here to find out, right? That is what we're here to find out, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Kevin. Hopefully, did my answer make sense to you? I wish I had just like a magic, everyone's the same, but literally, if we're paying that much attention to it, we will get in a voice channel in the Discord and have multiple people that are experienced traders sharing thoughts and analysis. And we try and do a group think session. And a lot of times we come up with different answers, or we may even come up with similar answers, but each have our own trading plan. It's just sometimes talking it out with other good traders, people you trust to make good decisions. It can help kind of gel your thinking of what you're going to do. I can tell you at the beginning of May, hey Colt, I know everybody in my Discord thought I was crazy when I said I'm selling all my GameStop. What? But eBay, but I just tell you what I'm doing. It's not an instruction. You make up your own minds. Tell you what I'm doing and why. I'm not always right though. But we try our damnedest. Kevin says, I was in Discord a year ago, just busy with work. Yeah, I mean, I get it. We'd be happy to have you back. Colt, out like a light. Out like a light, like a light. 280, let's frickin' go, ladies and gentlemen. 282 we just hit on this wick. Can I get a 200%er on these August calls, please? Where are we at? 170. We're at 170%. 118% on my core share position. 170 on the calls. Come on. Come on, man. Other movie stocks, they're moving up today also. Highcroft, it looks like it did not like, Highcroft and Silver did not like the Fed decision. Weeble is up 13% today. Are you kidding me? Let's go. Let's go, Weeble. Oh, no, it's not 13% today. 7.8. 13% is my total gain. All right. We're expecting that stock to roughly double by the end of this year. So 13%. I'm hoping in 12 months I can come back to you guys and say we made 75% on this trade. That's kind of the goal. We will see. Are there any cell blocks? I have those windows, but they're buried underneath here, and we're not worrying about that today. I'm not trying to trade out of the stock today. We're just here celebrating the day over 250. The next resistance level is at $3. And we are bullish on box office. I'm not trying to have a day trading session on AMC today. Just having fun, enjoying the green. Do I think AMC could hit $10 by the end of the year? Antozuna. Now, are we talking earnings-based valuation, or are we talking FOMO squeeze dynamic type run-up? If it's the second scenario, literally any number is possible. I'm not focusing on those scenarios. You have to go to a channel that's pushing short squeeze. In a short squeeze, anything's possible. That is not what we're covering here. Yashua says Beanie up 46%. Oh my gosh, Beanie. I forgot about that one. Andre says, my name is Vilda and my dad is crazy about AMC. All right, Andre. Do I think AMC can hit $10 by end of year? We have been having some discussion about what is possible on a earnings-based valuation using, say, a 20 or 25 PE ratio, assuming no more dilution, and assuming that the company has from here 4 positive quarters There are some numbers that are well higher than the current number. We were also looking at if every quarter was a $3 billion quarter. That's a lot of pretty out there assumptions. Every quarter, $3 billion. But someone asked me, what if the next 4 quarters were all $3 billion? I can model that. I can tell you what the net income and the earnings per share would be and what the price would be. But really the question is not, do I think AMC can hit $10 every year? The question is, what do we think that the total box office is going to be for the next 12 quarters? Counting right now, if we say $3 billion for Q2, let's just be optimistic. When you start being able to think about those questions, then in a realistic manner, then you can come up with some price targets. But we got to worry about Q1. Again, unfortunately, Q1 kind of shot us in the foot this year, as we knew it would. And we got to worry about Q1 next year. I mean, go look at the movie slate. It's not super fantastic. So I'm not going to talk about price targets based on earnings till I get a better handle on what Q1 looks like coming up. Right now, just ride the momentum would be my suggestion. These 3 quarters will be good based on the info we know now about box office. Jason said, if insane box office numbers, 5 is very possible. I think that's an easy yes, Jason. If box office is very good, insane, I could give you a number with math, defendable, that's higher than $5 for a price target. I just can't guarantee you that the box office is going to hit those levels for 4 quarters in a row. We got to be aware Q1 is the bogey, and we got to be smart about trading between now and December while we wait to see how Q1 shapes up. And we got to keep a good eye on the cash balance. So there's a lot of moving parts. Just enjoy the ride for right now. It's way too early to be talking about Q1. Oh, Tony's trying to talk you out of the play. Nah, I'm not even looking at Q1 right now. I just know it's hanging out there, and we will need to address it at some point. Kevin says, question on YouTube films. I would think there will be another revenue stream. Yeah, I mentioned that somewhere in Discord or on YouTube. We are entering a new era where we have a potential new revenue stream. Absolutely. Backrooms, Iron Lung, Obsession. You can bet your bottom dollar that everybody is out scouring YouTube for new content, new movies, new built-in audiences that have years of support. All I'm going to say is please do not do a Mr. Beast movie. No. But yeah, I'd take another Iron Lung, Backrooms, Obsession, something entertaining, different, something I didn't really know about. I was not familiar with any of these people. Find me some more like that. I love supporting good stuff like that. And they have a built-in audience. And they're done on low budget. It's a win-win-win for everybody. Mark says, Cinemark trading at 30 has a lot less debt compared to AMC, but if they clear the debt, the long-term price looks good. Yeah, I own Cinemark. I'm up 54.4% on that trade. We own Marcus Corp also, up 55.4% right now. Live updates. AMC, I've owned those stocks for 6 to 8 months. 55% is a good gain in 8 months. I'm up 117% on AMC since May 15th. I mean, I took the safe bet with Cinemark, but I also have been patiently waiting for the volatility bet. That's why I say don't count anything out. Don't get emotional. Don't get overly bearish. Just understand the financials and the box office and have good timing. Don't be overly positive. Don't be overly bearish. Be brutally critical and take all emotion out. And you too can have amazing gains. Exile says, man, the bots are good. I joined the server and immediately got a fake Tony friend request. Oh my gosh. Yeah, my name in Discord is I won't DM you. And that is not me sending you a friend request. Report it, click on it, report it to Discord. And maybe one day they'll clean up their fucking bots. If there's one reason I ever make my Discord not free, it is going to be because of the damn bots. We try and keep up with them and boot them when we find them, but it is a problem. I will never DM you. $280 seems like it wants to be in the bag for the end of the day. We got 90 minutes to go. Can we do $3? Am I being crazy here? This trend is looking good. Can't stop, won't stop, AMC. Look at that fucking chart, man. That is literally up and to the right. Woo! Fed chair speaking now. Thank you, Mark. We will keep an eye on the candles to see if his speech changes anything, but hopefully the price action's already baked in. Where's the old spy down here? Bolt, quit moving around, buddy. We had the candles of despair, and we're trying to recover off of that on the SPY. Let's fucking go.
Wow, it's very nice.
Can we break 283 next? Is that too much to ask? I mean, more than just a wick. Can we get a candle to close at 283? The market gods have been listening, so I'm going to put just the thought out there. Can we get a candle close above 283, please? Make it so. I got another sound effect I want to play. Dink says if you set your Discord permissions correctly, then you won't get the bot friend requests. Yeah. Go in Discord and set your settings to do not allow messages from people that have not friended you or that you have not friended. You can control the spam. Jason says, Tony, do you have any thoughts on the oil in the Strait of Hormuz? I'm waiting for MMTLP to hit oil and supply the country with the biggest oil and gas reserves this country's ever seen. Fuck the Strait of Hormuz. Let's get NextBridge going. Donald Trump, they're working with Donald Trump, right? Come on, drill, baby, drill.
Oi, 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 oi.
281. Can I get a 283? Dink, is there any other Discord setting that they should fix besides don't allow messages from people that you have not friended? Can you tell it don't send me friend requests? Hey, Bubba, you want to finish your bottle? You're going to let that last little bit go to waste? Ding, ding, ding. I guess so. Fed speech is making her run. Look at the SPY moving back up. Let's go. What's he saying? Normally, I would live stream the Fed speech. I just really don't feel like listening to that today. I just want to party. I don't want to hear any bullshit from some politician. Sorry, they're not politicians. They're independent, right? But you know what I mean. I don't want to hear that bullshit today. Come on, 283 candle. Let's do it. Praying to the market gods, ladies and gentlemen. I hope whoever was short in the chat earlier, I hope he covered on that dip down to 272, because we ain't coming back for you, baby. You damn shorts. Dink says only friend requests from members in a server you're in. Okay, thank you, Dink. Yeah, what happens, Exile, is these bots, they'll come in my Discord for 1 minute, they'll get a screenshot of all of the members, and then they'll leave before I can even ban them. And so they're not in the Discord, they're just messaging you because they got a snapshot of your name. And so that is one way to stuff some of them, is the setting that Dink is mentioning there. Look at this. I mean, we broke through. This was this morning. We broke out of this channel, out of this supply zone. And I told y'all earlier this week and last week, if we break through this, it's going to get interesting. And we did an up 13% on the day. Let's fucking go, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know how long this will last, but it's a fun ride while you're on it. Play AC/DC Thunder. I got to be very careful about the sound effects that I play or the music that I play, because I've had sound effects that were cuts from songs, and you'll get a YouTube strike even for a fucking sound effect. I had the one for, the whatever that song is called. Shot, 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 everybody. I would get copyright strike for playing that for 10 seconds and demonetize an 8-hour live stream for a 10-second clip. So irritating. So, yeah, pretty much can't have music. I mean, I barely make any money as it is entertaining y'all. YouTube pays me my 50 cents for the day. I can't be getting that 8 hours demonetized. How is the debt outlook for AMC? Well, they got around $4 billion in debt, a little bit less. Most of the debt has been pushed out 5 years. So the short-term debt wall, those concerns are gone. There's still debt. There will be debt for a long time. It's not a matter of what is the debt. It's can they service it, and what is the interest rate? What is it costing them? So there is $100 million that is going to come due next year, 2027. That's manageable. And then, you know, what we need is box office high enough to service the debt without pain or strife. Still be able to book a profit. We need that. And as box office improves, it fixes that problem. But as the cash flow and the net profits improve, then you get in a situation where you can re-rate the corporate debt and go refinance the existing debt for a lower rate, making the problem better again, push the date out again. Look, you're going to be dealing with this debt for a while. There's just not enough profits being generated to pay off billions in debt. And I certainly don't want to contemplate another billion in share issuance to pay down debt. I'd prefer it be slowly paid off from cash flow. So you do need to be aware of the debt, but you need to pay attention to box office, cash flow, interest rate environment, and carefully consider all of that. I know there are people doing space calls that are telling you guys $1 billion in debt is going to be paid off anytime now. Just go buy some popcorn. Look, that does not seem very well grounded in basics of finance to me. But I'm not super worried about the debt. It will be a self-resolving problem if box office continues to grow. And if box office fails, then debt becomes a problem. Debt service becomes a problem. Don't let the negative Nellies tell you just because it's $4 billion that this company is done. A lot of companies have a lot of debt. As long as you can service the debt, it's not the end of the world. It might not be as attractive as some of the competitors that have better debt ratios. But that's a separate discussion. Out of curiosity, how many shares are you holding? Less than I did in 2021. I'm holding what I'm comfortable with. I don't discuss my amount of holdings in any ticker because I'm not trying to influence people. And I feel like a lot of people put up, oh, look how many GameStop shares I own. Guys, this is a cult mentality to make you feel bad if you don't own as many as they do. I do not think that is helpful, useful. I think it's very clownish to try and influence people like that. And I'm not here to brag or browbeat you into holding a certain position size. So it doesn't matter how much I own. If I will tell you when I buy, I will tell you when I sell, I'll tell you if I'm in the red, I'll tell you if I'm in the green and by how much. Hold a position that is good with you for your risk tolerance. Have a diversified portfolio. Don't put all your money in one stock. That's my general advice. And anybody that is trying to browbeat you about show your position, they are fucking clowns. And I don't do the fucking 5th grade shit. Jason says, celebrating AMC by going to see Toy Story and getting a popcorn this Friday night. We appreciate that. I plan on doing the same. Jason, is AMC going to be profitable? It will be profitable in Q2 without a doubt. I'm expecting, based on the titles that I see for Q3 and Q4, also those are almost certainly going to be profitable quarters. And then the next one that really I'm worried about, that I don't have a good firm answer for you, would be Q1 2027. Too early. Movie slate is too meager right now. I can't say that Q1 is going to be profitable. Did we hit the 283 yet? Not on the new bounce, no. I want to see a candle close above 283. 282 is the best we got. Come on, man. Max says, I might have to dust off my Trey Gorilla hoodie soon. Did he sell Gorilla hoodies? That was funny. Anybody got a Matt Kors fanny pack? I'm going to slap you if you say yes. What broker is this chart from? It is from Webull. I pretty much don't trade on Webull, although it is good if you like to trade Chinese IPOs because they all come here. But we do own Webull stock, and it is up 7% today with a 70% upside 12-month analyst target. Take a look. Go check my tweets. I told you guys about that stock again when it was at $5. It's at over 7 now. We're looking for 12. Once profits come in, is AMC a $20 stock? I mean, you'd need to have. Is it possible? It is possible if every quarter was over $3 billion and AMC doesn't dilute anymore, and they capture the largest part of the market share. You could have some pretty high numbers, but I ain't about talking about that just yet. Let's see the Q2 results. Let me update my model with the latest share count in a really good quarter, over 2.8 billion, maybe 3. I have custom formulas to calculate net income and earnings per share, but they're not they're not fine-tuned for a number as high as this quarter's box office is going to be. So I need to update those predictive formulas, and then I can tell you better what earnings per share might look like on a stellar year. I think we're only predicting what about upside this year, 10.5 billion box office. What's the box office theory telling us? Box office theory. They're saying 3.1 billion this quarter, 10.05 billion. Like, I mean, in order to have the kind of price targets you guys are wanting, we're going to need an $11 billion box office. Maybe next year. Operational leverage. AMC does better and better the higher the box office gets. It's designed for size. The fixed costs become a much smaller drag on the results if the cinemas are full. You gotta have people showing up. I have not done any price predictions on social media for AMC, and I don't plan to. We will talk about it in Discord from time to time. And, I feel bad about that, but what I learned is there are a lot of people, what I learned in the last 5 years, there are a lot of people looking to blame YouTubers for their decisions. And I'm just over it. I'm over those people. If you can't take accountability for your choices and you want to blame someone on YouTube for it, then I'm just not going to give you the information, because you're not trying to think for yourself. You're just looking for someone to tell you what to do, and then you can blame them. I'm over it. I thought when we were doing this back in the day that everybody was going to be responsible for their decisions, and that is not how it turned out. A lot of people that want to blame somebody else. Yeah, you got to look in the mirror, ladies and gentlemen. You're the one in charge of hitting the buy and sell button. We're just out here having fun talking about stocks that we like or that we're trading. We don't know any more than you do. Although I do spend a lot of time analyzing and trying to have a pretty informed decision. But these Nimrods are why I won't talk about price targets anymore. Until we have earnings, if it's a earnings-based solution that I can defend with math, I will talk about that. And I do talk about price targets on other tickers because I have an earnings-based solution. It's very basic finance. It's easily defendable. Right now, we're in speculative zone with AMC. Exile says, the only thing I blame Tony for is saving me a bunch of money on that China scam stock GDC. Did you see all the shit I had to take for the last month in that stock, Exile, for telling people what was going to happen? You work for the shorts. You don't understand about their Bitcoin. You don't understand about the buyout offer. Look at this fucking shit, man. This is where I commented after it started on the down candle. I didn't say anything when people were making money. Make your money. But when it turned, I'm going to say something. And I did. And it dropped from $8 to 2 pennies. I'm glad you did not lose all your money. I'm glad you listened to some common sense. There are still people saying this is going to $10. They're going to have a really rough wake-up call here in a few days when the reverse split news comes out. Sad to say, but people don't want to learn. They don't want to listen. They think I'm trying to be negative. I'm telling you what is going to happen. It is going to happen. I'm not going to be wrong. There will be a reverse split. The only question is, does GDC own Bitcoin? That I don't know. I don't know if they own it or not. I hope they do. Maybe there'll be a little price recovery if they do. Exile says, yeah, I saw they hated you for the truth. They do. They hate me for the truth in every ticker. There's people, Exile and AMC, that say I work for the shorts. They were mad when I didn't buy it, and I said, watch, you guys are going to be mad when I do buy it. And I did buy it, and now they're mad at me that I bought it. You just can't help some people, and I'm not here for those people. I'm here for those of you that are sane and normal and just looking for optimal outcomes. If you want a deeper level discussion, come in the Discord and show us that you're a normal person. We have more detailed discussions, but I'm not going to do it on social media because of the ding-dongs. No, AMC, I'm not saying we'll have a reverse split. We're talking about GDC, GD Culture Group, the stock that fell from $9 to 2 pennies. They will have a reverse split, and it is days away. These British Virgin Island and Cayman incorporated companies, they don't need your vote to reverse split. The board just signs a piece of paper and you get a 6K or an 8K in the morning and you are fucked. There's no heads up. And they already pre-approved the reverse split months ago. They're just waiting to pull the trigger. It's coming. It is days away, I promise you. And I don't make many promises. That dude says check out a stock called Raya. My boys say it's going to run soon. Raya. I'm going to put it on this upper screen here real quick and see what we got. Chinese stock, $3. I see 424B5 back in March that I would need to go look at. Price has fallen from $40 down to $3. Yeah, I mean, I'll take a look. Sometimes these stocks, you know, if enough social media people are pumping it, they can have quick runs. We're going to start talking about the reason that I'm paying attention to these penny stocks is we're going to start doing predictive FOMO. I'm identifying the pattern of these dumpster fire stocks. I'm going to set an AI bot to go sniff out the next ones before they get promoted. We'll buy it before they start moving, and then we'll sell before the rug. Someone else will do the hard work of promoting it. I'll post it up in Discord. You can do your own DD on it. I'll tell you why it met the bot criteria. And then you throw a couple dollars on it. Maybe it runs. And then you got to get out before the rug, because there's always a rug. There's always a rug on these China stocks. But Raya, I don't know. I haven't looked at it to know if it'll be rugged or not. I'm not talking about that stock. I'm just saying these penny stocks, if you're wondering why I'm focusing on them, we're building up some tools for the AI bot. Link for Discord. It's in most of the video descriptions. I don't know if it's in this live or not. Let me see if I have a link. I don't really advertise it much. Oh, look, it will let me. Sometimes it doesn't let me copy the link. There is a free membership. It is limited in the number of rooms that you can see. I'm not often in the free rooms, but it is free to join. There are some paid options also if you want to support the content on this channel. I'm sitting here reading filings or watching charts 8-10 hours a day. If you find some value in that and you want to support someone doing the work so you don't have to, there are some paid options that give you broader access to the Discord. Anya says we can be dumpster diver free riders. That's basically what it's going to be, Anya. And we're going to keep, at least for me, I'm going to keep the bets small. But hey, if I can turn $100 or $1,000 into 500 or 5,000 and then get out a couple days later because we pre-identified the next China pump and dump before the promoters got a hold of it, we'll just sit back and laugh. Thank you. Probably won't even talk about it outside of Discord. I don't want to be accused of being part of the pump. I'm just analyzing filings and looking for patterns and then using that to identify what they are going to pump next. I don't want to be part of the pump. We're going to run silent, run deep. Anybody else like submarine movies? Anya says, one trade will cover your Discord costs for a year. Thank you, Anya. You know the story. All right, we got 59 minutes to go on the day. I really want to see a close over 283 if we can. It's looking like for the moment it's trying to move back down to this 50 moving average of 275 on the 5-minute chart. Let's zoom out a little bit. On the 30-minute, the VWAP is at 270. We're still riding above the VWAP. A little bit of retracement to the VWAP would not be unusual. On the 1 hour, same scenario, around 270 for the VWAP. I don't know that we're going to move all the way down here. No, we're not. We're not going to move down to 225. VWAP would be a reasonable support. On the daily, we're way away from the moving averages. Good. That's bullish. On the 1 minute, we just hit the 200 MA. And the VWAP is again at 270. So 270 is looking like if we have a pullback, that's where it could head. We got that level on multiple time frames. Let's focus on this 50 MA at 275 on the 5-minute and see if we can just hang out here, though. That would be nice. I don't want to think about 270. Anya says, I would never go on a sub below the surface. You got to respect the people that do that for a job, Anya, right? It is scary. Do I think AA should have done a share count? I mean, they do share counts often. And they publish them. And he has also tweeted out numerous times. And there have been court cases, which we haven't really talked about here. There's been a court case where someone sued AMC for every conspiracy theory you can think of. And basically what Adam Aaron has said in his tweets, and they testified in court from this couple that sued them, we don't have any evidence to show that those theories of naked shorts and hidden floats and blah, 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 we don't have any evidence to show that that exists. I've retweeted Adam Aaron many times. You can go find the tweets yourself. People, my question to you is, do you think the CEO is lying? If you do, why are you in the stock? Share counts are published often. They're reconciled at the transfer agent and at the DTCC. Now, you want to think that there are additional shares out there. There are additional shares out there. You can look at the short interest. Those are additional shares, legal. I call that the synthetic float. I mean, those are rehypothecated shares that someone loaned. But beyond that, why would anybody risk having billions of fake shares out there and going to jail? They can create swaps that mirror the price action depending on how they want to bet. That doesn't affect short interest. It doesn't require any synthetic shares. Just go make a bet with a bank for a total return swap. You could create a synthetic position through derivatives that mirror the performance of the stock and don't expose you to being hammered in a short squeeze. That's perfectly legal. As we were saying earlier, Ryan Cohen has a synthetic position on eBay. Nobody's complaining about that, right? He's got put call pairs. Those are synthetic shares. Perfectly legal. Commonly used. Probably exist on AMC. Yeah. You better understand what the other side is doing and what is legal and how they can get around not being short squeezed. If you want to have rational trades in this ticker, we let all that nonsense go years ago here on this channel. we're doing just fine trading the stock, focusing on normal market mechanics. All right. Well, we broke under the 50 MA and now we're headed towards that VWAP at 270. So let's see what happens. 270 was showing us support on multiple time frames that we just looked at. Let's see what happens. I don't really need this on my shoulder anymore. Burp cloth. He's still sleeping. This is unheard of. I mean, if you know my last 2 months, normally I get nothing done productive because he's awake the entire day and wants attention. Maybe I should just live stream every day. This is unheard of that he's sleeping the entire day like this. I guess the secret is what? Just hold him in my arm here. But then I can't type and video and all that. If you're wondering why the content has been less, it's because of the baby here. We'll get, when he gets in a normal schedule, I'll get back to my normal schedule. That dude says, I don't cry about the stock. We have to realize this is their game. And remember, they are the billionaires and they're going to get a deal and a way out. I mean, that is a harsh truth, Mr. Dude. It is a harsh truth that not everybody has accepted yet. I accepted it years ago. Yet we still got people trying to decode GameStop with the emoji timeline from Roaring Kitty. Like, not everybody has accepted reality. What we're doing is working great. We've been making money over and over on GameStop. We did have to exit the AMC trade for 17 months using common sense and financial statements, cash flow and box office. And I told you when we would re-enter, we did, and it's been working fabulous. So what we do here works for us. It doesn't mean it has to work for you. You can believe whatever you want. I'm not going to chase you down, harass you, laugh at you, tell you you're wrong. I'm just going to leave you alone and concentrate on what I'm doing, because what I'm doing works. And we all have the same goal. I just have maybe a different way of what I'm focusing on for my trading strategy. And that's fine. There's plenty of different ways to have a strategy. I don't worry about what you're doing. I will talk about what I'm doing because some people might find value in that. Doesn't mean that you need to change to what I'm doing. You make up your own minds. Dink says if they are sleeping, they are growing. Well, hello. What's up? I'm right here. Hey, I'm right here. Did you wake up and think you were alone? Were you having a bad dream? Hi. He's staring at me. Yeah, I think he is going through a growth spurt, Dink, because the amount of food that he's eating has gone up in the past couple days, and his sleeping has gone up. Hey. What's up? Did you have a good nap? Come here. Come here, little dude. Come on, let's hold that 270 VWAP. Still be a great day. 9% on the day. Even 8. I mean, in a stock like AMC, that's a fantastic day. And we still got tomorrow. Don't forget, if you're in Europe and you're still watching us, thank you. It's getting late over there, I know. But the stock market here is closed on Friday, so options expiration and end of the trading week is tomorrow. And then let's go see some damn movies. 3-day weekend. Let's go. What else is out that I haven't seen yet? Pressure. I still have not seen Pressure. And I don't know if it's still out anymore. Spider-Man is opening July 31st. July 30th for early fan event. Power Ballad. I kind of want to see that one. Tuner, Pressure. But all these movies are going to be falling by the wayside. I bet they're going to load up the theater with Toy Story 5. All these small movies that I wanted to support and I never had time, thanks to the baby. I might miss them. I heard really good reviews for all three of those, but not many people are going to see them. Power Ballad, Pressure, and Tuner. Let's see what's playing at my theater this weekend. Not today, but let's look at Friday. Toy Story. Disclosure Day, Scary Movie, seen it. Masters of the Universe, seen it. Obsession, seen it. Backrooms, seen it. Star Wars, seen it. Death of Robin Hood, okay. So I got 2 movies to see this weekend. Death of Robin Hood and Toy Story. Now let me check the one on the other side of town that has more auditoriums. The Furious, I don't really care about that one, but I heard people are liking it. Michael's still out there. Nope. Pressure, Tuner, and Power Ballad all gone. Well. I think I'm up to 41 movies so far this year. It's a pretty good number. I'm falling a little bit behind because of the baby past couple months. But we do what we can. Steve says going to watch Disclosure Day probably on Friday. Very good. I liked Disclosure Day. It wasn't everything that I had hyped it up to be in my mind, but it wasn't a bad movie. I was expecting the best work of Steven Spielberg's career, and I didn't quite feel like that's what was delivered, but it wasn't a bad movie. I think they just overhyped it a little bit on the promo. But everybody has a different opinion. You know, that you go read my review on Sunday, look at the amount of people complaining. Your reviews suck. Why are you so negative on the industry? I'm like, do you even know who you're talking to, bro? I'm just being honest. Like, not every movie lands with every person. I liked Masters of the Universe. Not everybody did. Disclosure Day for me, I'd go see Masters of the Universe again before Disclosure Day. I found it very entertaining. I'd go see Obsession again. All right, I think we can last 44 more minutes. Let's try and make this a full day. and then I'm gonna need to finish up and cook some food, warm up some food, something. I know Anya's saying just order DoorDash, but I don't like eating on camera, Anya. What are you talking about, Colt? You got something to say? You got something to say? What are you talking about back there? Just a big yawn, huh? He's still trying to work out that number 2. You want some milk? I need to go make you a fresh bottle when you get hungry. Anybody else watching Toy Story, Death of Robin Hood? Death of Robin Hood, I heard, is a gritty, kind of maybe even depressing movie. But I'm down for any Robin Hood movie. I've always liked the lore of both anything related to King Arthur or Robin Hood. I know they're slightly different, but I enjoy that type of stuff. Along with war movies, submarine movies. I'm really upset that I didn't make it to Pressure. Uh-oh, I heard a Rudy Patootie. Russell Crowe was good. Oh, yeah, I missed that one too. Whoa, Colt. That's Colt farting. That is not me. What was the Russell Crowe was in a Robin Hood movie? What? I thought you meant the war movie that he was just in. What Robin Hood movie was he in that I missed? Hey, buddy. Hello. Hello. He was Robin Hood himself. All right. I'm wondering if it's just been so long that I forgot about it or if I missed it. Robin Hood, Russell Crowe. 2010. I somehow think that I did not see that movie. All right, well, we got one to add to the list. Next time she says, "What do you want to watch?" I bet when I watch it again, I'm going to say, "Oh yeah, I remember this. I just slept since then." Man, I hear my iPad's going crazy. I wonder if that's email or Discord. Something decided to sync up, and it's just like da 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 da. All right, we are testing the VWAP 270. Let's go. Do we hold here or not? Eight 8.5% on the day. If we hold here, if we break under, then we're going to need to look at a different time frame. So let's see what happens. 269. Mr. Shorty that was in here earlier, if he's still holding on, he's doing well now. He said he shorted at 282. I think that's what he said. Your opinion for tomorrow's price? I mean, let's see where we close. And we had the Fed news today, which kind of affecting things. And we have options expiration for the month tomorrow. So I hesitate to make a guess ahead of on an options expiration day. What I know is it has been a beautiful run this week, this month. Box office is going to be fantastic this weekend. Whatever happens with the stock price tomorrow, whether it's up, down, or flat, it's going to be interesting next week when people see how big this box office weekend was. I'm not too focused on the day to day. Don't really care. I'm not trying to day trade the stock, so. I'm sure there are people in my Discord that are day trading it, and you could go ask them what they think. All right, I'm going to go do a diaper change for him, and I will be right back. So let's go to monitor only for a sec. Come on, Bubba. All right, and we are back. 269 is trying to push down. Don't do it, AMC. Anya says, I need this to go up a little so I can sell. Don't fall in the trap, Anya. Would you expect a share count by AA to reveal anything shady? They do share counts all the time, Cat Food Cannon. You have a share count published in every 10Q. And every proxy. Cat Food Cannon says, Ross, I remember years ago the saying was that brokers or FINRA would cap any total count above the official shares outstanding. If that was the saying back then, why not now? I mean, a lot of people said a lot of stuff that ended up not being true. They were doing their best, but they were not market mechanic experts. New CBOE data suggests bullish flow in AMC Entertainment with shares up. AMC edges higher. What's going on? 2 monthly dividend REITs, only one is a buy. AMC stock climbs. What's driving? That's yesterday's news. Oh, okay. I see. You were asking Ross, what would you expect a share count by AA to reveal anything shady? I mean, they can only count the shares they have issued. That's all AMC can count. Literally. There could be rehypothecated shares at brokers, shorted shares at brokers. Even if you want to say, well, what about the synthetic shares no one's reporting? How's AMC going to know about any of that? Get the blue sheets. Come on, man. We're never going to get the answers you want. No one is. They can't even get it in court cases. So I just stopped worrying about it. Worrying about it was not improving my trades. I'll tell you that. What did improve my trades? Paying attention to the chart, the financials, the cash flow, the box office. And that's it. That's pretty much it. That's all you need to worry about. Everything else is a distraction from promoters who need clicks and views. Because it's the same nonsense, guys, on every ticker. I look at dozens of these every week. Whatever you're hearing about AMC, they're saying the same thing about a $2 million market cap Chinese stock. Everything you hear about AMC is repeated in every ticker. Now, they can't all be like that, right? People think Metamaterials or MMTLP or Genius Group are going to be the ticker that blows the market up. Wait till the truth comes out. I mean, these guys are not that good where every single ticker. I hear the GameStop clowns saying on YouTube, sorry, not all GameStop investors are clowns, just the ones covering it on YouTube, that SpaceX was IPO'd to provide collateral for their GameStop shorts. I mean, these people are fucking delusional. Anything to support their own bad decisions, they're going to say. They're flailing around looking for an answer of why they can't figure out a trade. The reality is they don't know how to analyze the financials properly or understand how the market's looking at the trade. It's really all of this stuff is very basic. Come on, 270, hold the line. 30 minutes to go. Oh, what are you saying? Oh, that's his one word, Anya. So far. What's your next word going to be? Naked shorts? Bloop. You got anything to say? Nothing? So many lights, so many screens, so many flashing numbers. What do you think? You want to play with your toys? I'm going to see if he'll play with his toys down here for a second. If not, we'll pick him back up. Let's see how he does. Who is that? Goblin Slayer says, how do you feel about tomorrow for AMC? I think tomorrow is going to be tough to call because we have options expiration. Today, I mean, it's been a fantastic week. Whatever happens tomorrow happens. Hopefully everybody's well up in the trade. And, tomorrow's going to be tomorrow. We got a 3-day weekend. Normally on a 3-day weekend, I don't like to... I'm holding AMC through the 3-day weekend, but if I had any sort of questions, I don't like holding questionable trades over the weekend, but this will be a good box office weekend. And I think we come back Monday and we see some very good numbers, some nice tweets from all the movie companies about how good this weekend was. And whatever happens tomorrow, next week is a new week and the numbers are going to be good. So I don't really care what happens tomorrow. Maybe it'll be good. Maybe it'll be bad. It'll definitely be interesting with the options expiration. I only have monthlies right now for options. 18 June, 17 July. The weeklies will be back at some point, but I actually like that we only have monthlies. It's only one that I got to focus on, only one that I got to choose from. All the liquidity of options traders is flowing into the one selection each month. I like it. But at some point, the weeklies will be back. Tomorrow is options expiration for this week, this month, though. Anya says AMC went from 279 to 270 in less than a second. Was it that fast, Anya? Well, a little more than a second, Anya. It was a couple minutes, but yeah. I mean, we can look to VWAP and the 50 as places that a stock will often retrace to. We're holding pretty good on this VWAP here. For today, we'll probably end up the day right around here somewhere. And I'm not expecting a massive end of day sell-off. I hope we don't have that. Let's just hold this VWAP. That'd still be a good day. What else we got here? GameStop now in the red. 21.42. Come on down to 20 so I can buy some more. Thank you. Market gods, make it so. 20 and any change. 20.75. I'd take that. Not that far. I want to be a GameStop holder again. Not that far. Not that far. I probably need to move this demand zone up. I really feel like it should be right about here, 2087, because we have 2 touches there. Let's do that. And this other one goes way back, but we're going to tighten it up because I don't want to miss the next dip. $20.89-ish. Now, I see people on social media that are saying $17 is incoming. The Wyckoff people. I don't have any target that low. But if it did, that'd be cool with me. I'm going to kind of look right about here. Maybe my next rebuy. All right, so that's GameStop in the red today. Anybody who's telling you it should be valued at 40, 50 bucks or smoking crack, smoking that hopium pipe. We got to see the eBay results from their vote today. We got the GameStop vote coming up next month. Railtown, our little no revenue OTC speculative Canadian AI trade, that's at 25 cents today. Volume 22,000, very low volume ticker. Waiting on news. For the Discord, let me see if I have any news. Nope, still waiting. We'll talk about that after the live stream's over today. Let's look at SpaceX. It is in the red today, 4%, 193. Couple of other, some of our other crazy tickers we can look at. Bitcoin, 64,000. It's coming down a little bit. Webull up 6% today, $6.5, $7. Very nice. Chewy down 5% today. I saw someone rallying people to buy Chewy because he thinks GameStop's going to buy it. If I was going to buy Chewy, it's starting to get at an interesting level. I'm a bottom feeder, so I'd probably be looking between 1470 and 1665. I don't really care to own Chewy, but if it got cheap enough down here, would I consider it? Yeah, I might. Let's go ahead and draw that in here real quick. Reality is I should draw it way down here, but I don't know. I don't know if it'll get that low. Whoops. Whoopsies. How come I can't edit this? Should be green. Oh, well, I'll come back and fix it later. All right, Chewy. Anyways, that's kind of where we'd look at buying Chewy if we were going to buy it. Me, anyways. GME in the red, the warrants. I think they're going to expire worthless in a few months, October. But we'll see. Maybe Ryan will extend them. If I wanted derivative exposure to GameStop, I'd be buying the $32 call options for 70 cents instead of a warrant for basically the same expiration at 271. Theta is going to start kicking in July on these warrants and the call options. So Ryan better have something up his sleeve. GNS, Genius Group, this afternoon, up 5%, 2261 after announcing a 6.6 million share buyback. What else we got? Robinhood up 9% today. Let's go. Robinhood and Webull both up. I don't own any Robinhood. However, HUBC, penny stock, multiple reverse split, serial splitter, down 9% today. GDC, Finger Motion and GDC. Let's look at a couple of these other dumpster fires. Finger Motion has been absolutely cratered. You can erase all these demand zones. Good luck. GDC down 21%. Holy shit, man. They're just getting, these poor people are getting slaughtered by the pumpers. Reverse split press release coming any day, I think. And then the other kind of funny one we're looking at, WAC. They just announced their third reverse split. They did a 1 for 100, then they did another 1 for 100. Now they just announced another 1 for 100. But people think they're going to get rich off of this one. Yeah, good luck. And YYGH down 8% today. These people are in for a wake up call. They hate me right now, but I'm trying to, the news you need before you know you need it. This thing is going to be in trouble. It'd be my best guess. AMC 264 failed to hold that VWAP level of 270. Now we're kind of in uncharted territory. The Bears are owning the last 30 minutes here of the close. Now we start looking back down at the 250 level. I hope it doesn't retrace that far. Don't do it, AMC. Don't do it. Anya, go take care of the garden or the pets, whatever you need to do. Thanks for hanging out with us. In the last 15 minutes here for AMC, we are going to find out if we can reclaim that VWAP level or if the Bears are going to run the last 30 minutes. They've been in charge since 3 o'clock. It's 3:44. A little bit of profit taking on a nice run-up day like today is not unexpected. I hate to see it, but I know there are people day trading this. I know there's people trying to short it, trying to call the top. Things happen. Let's see what happens. If you got any questions, let me know. Dow tumbles 500 points as Warsh's first Fed meeting causes bond yields to surge. We got everything in the red. Yuck. Warsh announces task force to overhaul major Fed Reserve operations. Fed rates hold steady. Pare down statement to remove cutting bias. Well, there you go. Warsh abstains from giving rate forecast. As several members signal a hike in 2026, two-year Treasury yield rocket higher. European markets looking good. Asia closed in the green. Crypto and metals taking a little tumble. Dink says, why? Just getting you ready for those cult questions. Oh, Dink, that's funny. Daddy, but why? What are you talking about down there? In his reach, he's got a stuffed elephant hanging above his head to the left, and he's got a little crunchy book, soft book hanging to his right. He loves that book. He figured out how to grab the pages. Looking forward to reading. We've got reading to him. We've got this one that we're going to go through first, Supply and Demand Trading by Frank Miller. Colt, you're gonna be an expert by age 7. Maybe you can go work with your brother in New York. My wife has another book. She's like, you need to read him this book. It's the numbers, but the book ends at 7. I'm like, what kind of, who publishes a book for toddlers that ends at 7? Makes no kind of sense. I've got another little black and white infant book for his bedtime. He can't pay attention to this stuff just yet. Ni Hao Nightlight. Oh, they got Chinese in here too. How did that? Hi there, comfy pillow. Ni Hao Nightlight. Bonjour, cozy bed. Oh, I guess we're teaching them languages. Buenas noches, Luna. Good night, stars. Where's the frickin' Italian? No Italian pages? Come on, man. We got Chinese, French, and Spanish. And English. Oh well, we got a couple more weeks before he can really track and pay attention to books. He does like singing. He likes dancing. That works really well for putting him to nap time. Anyways, I think we got the gist of what's going on here. As we end this day, the markets are just not having it. So I'm not going to focus or worry too much about AMC. Everything's in the red. Microsoft, Meta, Alphabet, Amazon, SpaceX. You know, it is what it is. We had a good run on AMC today. 283, the high. We got 10 minutes left to go. Up 7% on the day. Hey, if everything else is red and AMC closes in the green, I'm going to call that a win. I'm going to call that a win. Glad I got to hang out with you guys today. It's been a long time since we've done a full day, all day live stream. Will I be back tonight for an evening live stream? I don't know. Let's see. I need to eat some food. I need to see what news comes in after market close on a variety of different stocks. Maybe we'll have something interesting to talk about tonight. I got to go see what all the shills are saying. Who's mad at me today? The shills and the bears. Look at this guy. He's doing an AMC live stream. He's pumping AMC. Look, don't buy AMC because I'm live streaming, guys. You do make up your own minds. I own the stock. I don't care what you do. I like movies. I own quite a few tickers in this industry. And I believe you should have a well-diversified portfolio of profitable companies. And then you want to muck around with some of the more speculative ones like we do here. That is cool too. We love doing that as well. As for me, I try and manage my risky plays relative to the size of my portfolio. It's not a one ticker channel. I'm not a one ticker trader. I believe in diversification. My father-in-law, when he comes over, he's like, Tony, you got a lot of those diversity signs in the front lawn in this neighborhood. I'm like, well, hello. You are in Austin, sir. What do you expect? GameStop's going to end the day likely in the red. Just a hair. Come on down, GameStop. It's just a 2111, 2109. Come on, you can a little bit more. Make me a buyer again. Railtown. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 trades on the time and sales. It's hilarious. When we talk about thinly traded, we ain't kidding. But I think that'll change when the company comes out with revenue. So we will see. Final moments of the day. We got just over 5 minutes left to go. Ooh, hungry, mother. So hungry. But I keep on doing these all day live streams. Maybe it's a enforced dietary plan, calorie restriction. What's up, buddy? You getting hungry? I think he's getting hungry. Yeah. I need to warm him up a bottle. So we got 5 minutes? Give me 1 minute to prep the bottle and put it in the warmer. It'll be ready when the market closes, Colt. All right. Is that cool? Let's go do that real quick. Yeah, if you don't mind. Father-in-law to the rescue. Okay. All right. Can you put 150 in there? Colt, 5 minutes. Goblin, you are welcome. It's been fun hanging out with you guys today. It's always good to hang out on a green day. Colt, what are you looking at? Hi. The markets just weren't having it thanks to the Fed today, so we gave a little bit back on the ticker, but it's still going to end up being a great day. There are no sellers, Tony, Dink says. We love hearing that. There's nobody's selling. It's all fake. I don't know if you're talking about Railtown or AMC. I bet you're talking about Railtown, right, Dink? What are you looking at, Bubba? What are you looking at? You looking at my hat? Huh? Whoa! What are you looking at? Look at me. Hello? Huh? Yeah. Yeah. Lee, have you eaten today? I'm going to be eating here in about 3 minutes. Mr. Colty, what's up, buddy? I don't know. I'm going to find some leftovers. 263 with 3 minutes to go, ladies and gentlemen. Colt, do you have any final words? Any final words? Nothing? You got nothing to say? Say, where's my bottle? That's what you want to say, right? $263, 6% on the day. Two minutes to go, 1.5 minutes to go. Let's switch to the minute chart to finish it up. It's coming. It's coming. Grandpa's got your bottle coming. I know. 1 minute, Colt. Okay? My wife said, why are you talking to him like an adult trying to rationalize with him? What am I going to do? What's my other choice? I know. He's really fascinated by these screens and the lights. You're going to bend your neck over backwards trying to look at that stuff. 45 seconds, and we're going to find out how we did for the day. "30 seconds. Final countdown. It's the final countdown. Look at all the lights. So cool, huh? All right. Ring the bell. We ended the day up 6.6%, 265. Not too shabby. GameStop ended the day in the green. All right. Up 6 pennies, 1/4%. All right, we'll take it. We will take it. I'm going to go get this little boy fed and myself. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been fun. We will see you on the next one.
A red candle down by the dip, gotta hold our ground. We've been waiting for so long, Hedges' rain will soon be gone. A green candle up, a red candle down, by the dip, gotta hold our ground. Hedges' gains are dead and gone, but the shorts we're going on. If you doubt it, sit and stare. If you love it, buy a share. A green candle up, a red candle down, by the dip, gotta hold our ground. We've been waiting for so long, Hedges' rain will soon be gone. A green candle up, a red candle down. By the dip, gotta hold our ground. Edges, games are dead and gone. But the short, we're going long. If you doubt it, sit and stare. If you love it, buy a share. A green candle up, a red candle down. By the dip, gotta hold our ground. We've been waiting for so long. Edges, rain will soon be gone. A green candle up, a red candle down. By the dip, gotta hold our ground. Edges, games are dead and gone. But the short, we're going long. If you doubt it, sit and stare. If you love it, buy a share. Green candle up and red candle down. By the dip, gotta hold our ground. Edges, games are dead and gone. GameStop's rising, going strong. If you doubt it, sit and stare. If you love it, show you care. A green candle up, a red candle down. By the dip, gotta hold our ground. We've been waiting for so long. Edges, rain will soon be gone. A green candle up, a red candle down. By the dip, gotta hold our ground. Edges, games are dead and gone. But the shorts, we're going long. A green candle up, a red candle down. By the dip, gotta hold our ground. We've been waiting for so long. Edges, rain will soon be gone. A green candle up, a red candle down. By the dip, gotta hold our ground. Edges, games are dead and gone. But the shorts, we're going long. If you doubt it, sit and stare. If you love it, buy a share. A green candle up, a red candle down. By the dip, gotta hold our ground. Keep been waiting for so long. Edges, rain will soon be gone. A green candle up, a red candle down. By the dip, gotta hold our ground. Edges, games are dead and gone. But the short, we're going long. If you doubt it, sit and stare. If you love it, buy a share.